It is 6:30, so we will go ahead and call this meeting for USD 348 to order. At this time, I would invite everyone to rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is right over there. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd ask for a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second. Phil has moved and Susan has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. At this time, I move we enter into executive session with Brad Finkeldye and Michael Elliott and Mr. Dorothy to discuss ionizers with the justification of the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA, and the open meeting will resume at 6:50.
Second.
Chris has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Executive session until 6:50, and we'll be in here. order. I now move that we enter into executive session with Mr. Dorothy to discuss negotiations pursuant to the memorandum of understanding, pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under the Kansas Open Meetings Act. And the meeting will return to public session at 7 p.m. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Executive session until 7.
I couldn't get this. I was like, I need this sparkly water. They covered this as caffeine, and I like triple check to make sure like it looks like one of those.
Yeah, it's good to check that.
I know. I was like, this thing says zero sugar caffeine.
That'd be cool. Look.
Oh, you're going overtime one time? Oh man, I got a farm in Manhattan. What's only 7? It's a snake.
Get control after they do.
There's always the disruption. Interrupting countdown. Yep.
All right, everyone, we will go ahead and call this meeting to order for USD 348. We're in a different spot tonight. We're normally in the PAC, where we each have microphones. So if someone can't hear, just stick your hand up because we want to make sure everyone can't hear, sir?
Can't hear.
Okay,
There's
we'll
one
make sure.
chairs up here if you want to come up closer.
Yeah,
I don't know, that lady, she's my guy.
okay. No biting allowed. We are a bite-free zone here. Thanks everyone for coming. We'll go ahead and get the meeting started. First item on the agenda. May I have an approval for the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Phil has moved and Susan seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Letter D is recognition time. We have our educational program highlight moment this evening, and Dr. Craig Hare is going to come forward. We have a microphone here, and you'll see as she speaks, when it comes time for public comment, that's where we'll invite our guests to come up and speak too. That way you can have a microphone as well. And if you can stay right in that spot, the Zoom camera will pick you up if you're there as well, so that we can see you and that people watching at home can see you too. Dr. Hare, thank you.
Okay, so our educational program highlight today is going to be about back-to-school activities. So we started on August 5th, welcoming new teachers back to the district. So we have 9 new teachers now that have joined us, new educators, and then lots of other personnel, lots of other staff that are joining as well this year. But those teachers started on August 7th or August 5th, and then have been through 2 days of training. Then they had a couple days off, and then after that on, August 10th, we worked with BLTs, so our building level teams, building leadership teams, worked together to go through some MTSS stuff and some things that are going to change this year as far as supporting students. It may be that way. How's that? Is that a little bit better?
Yes.
Okay. I know how to work this now because of a luncheon that we had on August 11th. Yes. Okay, so on August 10th, we worked with building leadership teams and going through some MTSS stuff, and that's a multi-tier system of support. The next day, Drew had a technology in-service, so we could use some for ESSER money and actually pay teachers to attend for professional development. That was a full-day session. It was optional for teachers, but they were paying for their time for that. There were different topics such as project-based learning, inquiry-based learning, which fits with the social studies assessment that's coming out. Different, let's see, I know they did, oh gosh, what did Dan and all do? They did just some different programs, things that teachers are using in the classroom. So Seesaw, some of the different applications that they're using, just teachers teaching other teachers about things to do in the classroom to support student learning. Then on Wednesday the 11th was all teachers coming back, all staff. It was a district in-service, and as part of that, we did lots of training, a lot of the required things. So I don't know that people realize how much goes into some of the required activities that we have to do. There's like the safety precaution, looking at our buckets to make sure we have everything that we need for that, going through different cleaning protocols and procedures that we might need to do. There's a Jason Blatt Act, which is suicide awareness and prevention, and that is a 1-hour by law training that every school district employee has to go through across the entire state. So just little things like that. But we did take some time. There's a lot of training, a lot of activities that we have to do. We took some time to have fun and enjoy each other, and that was a luncheon sponsored by the Chamber. And so with that, the Chamber and Kansas State Bank sponsored hamburgers and hot dogs and chips and cookies and all kinds of stuff here for us. And then, so people could come through the line, everyone in the district came here to the high school, and then we had door prizes. We had a lot of businesses in town, very grateful for teachers and USD 348 staff, and they donated just amazing door prizes that we could just give out to different staff members. So we had different gift cards for lunches and dinners, car washes, yoga, you name it, just a little bit of everything, even a one-night stay at the Oriat. So some really good prizes, just to kind of say thank you to our teachers and our staff for what they've done through this past year, and then also to get ready for this new school year. Following the district in service was a collaboration day where a lot of the teachers were working in their buildings on PBL. There's a lot of structured training. I'll go through some things that are new this year. But then the next 2 days, Friday and today, have been teacher work day. So teachers have been prepping their classroom, getting their online learning sites ready, and just preparing for kids to come. Some new things that happened this year, with the Jason Blatt Act, we have been partnering with the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, and so we had them come down and do a training session in person with us. So that was not a video, that was not a big presentation in the Performing Arts Center, that was an in-person session in each building. And that was new this year. I think that went over really well. We're getting some feedback from teachers about that. Some other new programs that are coming up is we're using FastBridge this year for academic and social emotional screening, progress monitoring, and our benchmarking assessments. So we'll be getting more information out about that. And then, let's see. And Second Step is a new digital program. We've been using the manual notebooks of Second Step for social emotional learning, and we purchased the digital version for K through 8, so they'll be able to go over those lessons online. They just play the video and go through the lessons together, but in case we have students who are not online or not in person with us, then we can also deliver those lessons virtually as well. One other thing that we've been working on, this is thanks to the technology department, is Clever. And Clever is a single sign-on and rostering. And I know it's taken them a ton of time, so thank you, Kay, and your department. A ton of time to get everything set up, but in the end, this is going to be really awesome for us because kids will automatically log on one time. For our local learners, they have like a QR code they can scan, and then all their apps are available for them. So then they don't have to know any passwords at that point. They can just get to their apps and everything is available right there. It also does rostering updates, so that way if new students are added, then it syncs back with Power School each night, and they're automatically added into the classroom for the teacher. So I think it's going to save a lot of time in the end, even though it's taking a ton of time to set up and very tedious in getting all that working. So I know as part of all the back-to-school stuff as well, maintenance has been busy. Our floors look amazing. They'll never be this shiny again. So custodians have done a great job. I've seen everyone out working in lockers, the grounds crew out, making sure the grass is all cut. I mean, it's been a really, really productive summer, and we are ready to get to the next stage of this, which is welcoming students tomorrow. That's what we've all worked so hard for.
Any questions? Thank you, Jana. All right, thank you, Jana. Thank you, building administrators, A-team, and staff for working really hard to get ready for the school year. It doesn't just happen a couple hours before, so thank you for doing that and all the work that's gone into it. All right, public comment. So you had an example of where Jana stood so that you can do that as well. I'll go ahead and read the public comment statement. It reads as follows. Okay, public comment agenda item time is time for any student, patron, or staff member to have an opportunity to share topics of interest or just to make a comment to the board. This is the only time during the meeting that a person can discuss an item with the board and share their opinion. Generally, the board does not respond to topics shared at this time inasmuch as no background had been previously obtained, and it is not advisable to address situations without all the facts. The board can really only speak when they vote. If a board member responds, it is only that board member's opinion, not the board as a whole. Audience comments may be relative to any agenda item, whether or not they placed it on the agenda, or it may be on another topic of their choice. This is not a time to discuss specific personnel or student matters. Audience comments are limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. Also, if a delegation of persons comes to discuss a single issue, every attempt should be made to avoid redundancy and have each person state only new facts or new perceptions during their allotted audience time. So we appreciate being able to provide public comment time as a time for various points of view to be respectfully shared and respectfully listened to. And we thank you all for joining us tonight. We'll just go one at a time. Megan, our board clerk, keeps the time, so it's fair for everyone. When time is expired, I'll simply say, thank you, time has expired. Okay? Who would like to go first? And if you could, make sure and just state your name. That's all we need. We don't need your address or anything like that, but just state your name. That way we have it for the public record. That would be great.
My name is Jamie Cox. I have 4 kids, 2 of whom are students in the district. Before I address the board, I'd like to address my community. I fear we've forgotten that we are, in fact, a community, that we're neighbors, and that we're friends. I know that COVID is very scary for some families and individuals. I also know that having kids in masks and the risk associated with those masks are scary for others. Here's what we all need to remember. We all have the same goal. We want our kids to be happy, healthy, and back in school. We need to remember our children are watching what we say and what we do. We need to remember our children's actions will be a direct reflection of our own. I understand that everyone's passionate about the research they found. Remember, there is opposing information everywhere, and both sides can come from reliable sources. Different ideas do not equate to wrong ideas. Last week, one of the board members stated she was concerned about allowing voluntary masking because she worried children choosing to wear masks would be bullied by those who don't, because they're watching adults in their lives treat others in a bad way. I want to make sure it's clear this goes both ways. I've been told I'm uneducated, that I'm selfish, and even by one person here tonight, I should consider finding different doctors because mine don't know what they're talking about. I keep hearing follow the science and listen to the experts, and that's exactly what I've done. Due to my daughter having Prader-Willi syndrome, a genetic multi-system disorder, I have sought out the best doctors in the country, and we travel to see specialists so I know she's receiving the best care possible. The doctors I have long-standing relationships with and have trusted my children's health to are the ones that I have turned to for information, and here's what they told me. Masks don't work. When I asked my son's asthma and allergy doctor last week what kind of mask would be best for my son should he have to wear one, he told me to find the lightest and most comfortable mask I can find because ultimately they won't work. Additionally, my pediatrician said that masks may work if the face covering portion is never touched. However, once the face covering portion is touched, the mask is compromised and can actually cause more harm than good. When you take into account how many times young children are touching surfaces and then touching their masks or taking them off, laying them on the desk and then putting them back on, or pulling the mask up and down, the amount of bacteria that ends up on the mask and then is inhaled in the body is dangerous for our kids. My pediatrician is with one of the biggest pediatric groups in the Kansas City area and is extremely knowledgeable and cares about my kids almost as much as I do. When I called to speak with her for the second time on the COVID vaccine and the research available, she told me she can lose her license for advising me not to get the vaccine for my children because she's being told to tell all families to get the vaccine. However, she could not in good conscience tell me to do so. She said there's just not enough research and that parents need to make the decision they feel is best for their children. She feels strongly no one but the parent should be making that decision. The latest information from the FDA shows that peer reviews are completely divided on the COVID vaccine, with 50% saying it's safe, effective for kids, and the other 50% saying it is not safe and effective for kids. She also informed me that yes, the Delta variant is absolutely more contagious than the previous strain of COVID. However, the symptoms are much less severe. She said they've seen several hundred positive cases of COVID in their office recently, but the symptoms are manageable and kids are making a full recovery. I have a daughter with Prader-Willi syndrome. Let me tell you what this means. She has an insatiable appetite, also known as hyperphagia, and she can literally eat herself to death. Kids with Prader-Willi do not have the ability to vomit, so if they eat too much, their stomach can explode and it will kill them. Families with loved ones with Prader-Willi have to keep food locked up because if the individual with Prader-Willi has access, they will start eating and not stop. It's so much more complex than I can explain in just a few minutes, but I bring it up to make this point. It is my responsibility to keep her safe. I can't ask any other parents to put a padlock on their child's lunchbox or to cancel all Halloween and Valentine's parties because it puts my child at risk. I am ultimately responsible to make sure she is as safe as an individual, and the same can be said for masking. If you feel your child is safer wearing a mask, then please, by all means, have them wear a mask. But that responsibility should fall back on the individual families. Other families should not be forced to comply. Finally, I want to touch on the risks of masking kids. In some cases, masks may help. However, the long-term ramifications need to be examined just as closely. A mounting body of research suggests that exposing infants and children to germs may offer them greater protection from illnesses such as allergies and asthma later on in life. This line of thinking, called the hygiene hypothesis, holds that when exposure to parasites, bacteria, and viruses is limited early in life, children face a greater chance of having allergies, asthma, degenerative diseases, and other autoimmune diseases during adulthood. The young immune system is strengthened by exposure to everyday germs so it can learn, adapt, and regulate itself, notes Tom McDade, PhD, Associate Professor and Director of the Laboratory for Human Biology Research at Northwestern University. In closing, I just want to say how important it is that parents be allowed to make this decision for their children's health care, including vaccinations and masks.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Oh, Mr. Cox.
Good evening, Ms. Kelly, Mr. Dorothy, and members of the school board. My name is Camden Cox, and I spoke last week and 4 weeks ago on your nights of deciding upon masking children for the upcoming school year, and I tried to provide talking points on both those nights, and I wish to do the same thing tonight. Both weeks that I have come, you have voted, and both times it has ended up being that you have said no mask for the following school year unless parents choose to do so, and I still believe that is how it should be. We have also not had another COVID case within the schools since early summer. I get that it could change, and if a spike occurs within the schools, I agree that masking should definitely be considered. But until that point, I believe that it should be a parent choice if we mask or not. I would also like to add that many of us are back to, or really close to being back to normal, and not many of us, students at least, have caught COVID and fallen. I get other districts are having issues, but I still believe that we should be making decisions based on what is happening in our community and not what is happening in others. I thank you for your time, and I hope you will take what I've had to say into consideration.
Thanks, Camden. Who would like to go next? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sorry. Addie, you can go after her, okay?
Hello, Virginia Mayer, mother of students in the district. I respect freedom of choice. However, when those students and parents enjoy their freedom outside of public school during a pandemic and they are seated next to my children for hours a day without proper source control via a mask, it directly relates to my family and places us and others in the community at risk. I feel it's appropriate for the board at that point, I feel it's appropriate for the board and our elected officials to step in when a situation calls for it. After being in the classroom this evening, the desks are packed. Similar to the 1905 Supreme Court case which held during the smallpox outbreak. They held that in every well-ordered society charged with the duty of conserving the safety of its members, the right and individuals in respect of his liberty may at times, under pressure of the great dangers, be enforced by responsible regulations of the safety of general public may demand that. Real liberty for all cannot exist under the principle which recognizes the right of each individual to use own liberty in respect of the person and property, regardless of the injury that it may be done to others. Individual liberty is not absolute. There are many reports locally and otherwise of kids being sent to school with known COVID, and while awaiting test results and hundreds of children needing to be quarantined as a result. Parents most certainly do send their children to school sick, contrary to what was mentioned on this last month's board meeting. Sometimes knowingly, but not always. And with COVID, we know the spread can happen 2 days prior to an onset of symptoms, if symptoms occur at all. I believe we have the scenarios in our district, in addition to health risks in our community, consequences for extremely disruptive school year need to also be considered. On a personal note, I in the last week have learned of 3 people suffering with severe COVID. One is currently on a ventilator, one is 8 months pregnant in the ICU, and one just experienced a COVID stroke. All otherwise healthy individuals, all in their 30s, parents, 2 of which are in our regional hospitals. According to the AAP data, 20% of new COVID cases are in children. That's vastly different than the 1% of cases documented last year when several mitigation practices were put in place and the statistics the board made for their decision just last month. After reviewing your meeting from almost a month ago, when you decided to vote in favor of starting the school year as 2019, I need to say it's not 2019. It's not even spring or early summer of 2021. At that meeting last month, the one consistency I heard was it's important to be able to change as the situation calls for it. Well, it's calling for it. I understand it's the day before school starts, and that may cause some hesitation to require masking now. However, this decision has already been pushed off, and members decided not to vote last week as a member was not present. Logistically, it needs to happen now, and regardless of when it's implemented, it's going to be less than ideal circumstances. Our county commissioners and health board are looking to you to follow through with their recommendations and requiring masks in buildings where children 2 to 12 are present. I think it's important to understand that these members are basing their decisions off of what is happening locally, not elsewhere in the country. They are considering capacity at our regional hospitals, active cases, and evaluating local sewage wastewater for the virus. I understand this is the day. I understand this is a very polarizing topic. Just as I've provided evidence tonight, others will disagree with me and with the same number of sources. But I can't send my kids to school tomorrow without saying, through all the disagreement and division, the one thing that we can rely on is our local professionals. Contrary to what some believe, that they are not politically motivated or trying to push an alternative agenda. Looking back at the many sacrifices our children have made in the last 17 months to protect those most vulnerable at the time of concern was equipment and overwhelm of our healthcare system. And our children are now vulnerable, and our local healthcare system is on the verge of overwhelm. Our local professionals in the field of health have a main goal of caring for the community. Voting to require masks is going to be a difficult transition no matter when it's implemented, but hopefully you vote your heart and your conscience and listen to your local health professionals before to hopefully prevent many being exposed in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And somebody like to go next? And crew? This is a group thing? Okay. Make sure and say your name and microphone, please. That's okay. Sometimes it's easier when you've got your people. All right. All right.
Hi, my name is Maddie Allen. I'll be going into the 8th grade this year. I just wanted to say thank you to Susan for the very nice email you wrote me. She wrote me regarding my class ed last week. She said in her email that she wanted to clarify that she said that what she said is, in her opinion, that isn't only masks that cause depression, but the COVID medications as a whole do. I agree. I don't think masks alone cause depression and anxiety, but all the steps to prevent it altogether do. The masks, the social distancing, the quarantining, the staying home, all the normal things that have been removed from our lives. This is a study by Children's Health Defense Network. A new study of over 25,000 school-aged children shows that masks are harming children physically, psychologically, behaviorally, revealing that 24 district health issues associated with wearing masks. The health issues observed in this study were found that 68% of masks showed that are forced to wear masks, children who are forced to wear masks, showed that for 4.5 hours per day. The study includes that 17,854 health complaints submitted by parents. Some of the health issues found in the study include increase in headaches, 53%, difficulty concentrating, 50%, drowsiness of freedom, 37%, and nearly one-third of children experience more sleep issues than previously, and one-fourth of children have developed new fears. Though these results are concerning, the study also found that 29.7% of children experience shortness of breath, 26.4% experience drowsiness, and hundreds of participants experienced tightness in the chest, weakness and shortness of short-term impairment. And that is just one of the studies I wanted to point out, and there's so many more. I just like to say in closing, thank you for your time.
Who would like to go next? Yes, ma'am.
My computer crashed. I had to run it. Old school. Right here.
That'd be great, thank you.
My name is Christine Lindbergh. My son attends the high school. I'm here to speak to you today about the Ionizer generators that you've installed. I haven't really seen anybody address this. Old school here. I just have a few questions for the board members. Okay. One. Per a board member last week, he stated that the generators have to run for a while to work. How long were they running before this test was done? Number two, what room in the high school was this test done in? Number three, did you test the levels in smaller rooms? Number four, did you do testing on humid days or different inclement weather days? Number five, per the levels you gave last week, did you research supporting studies on the effects of long-term low exposure to formaldehyde and other toxins that they may emit? Number six, did you know that the study that GPS used was the Boeing shoebox study, not an actual classroom or any sizes larger? Number seven, did you know that a member of ASHRAA, Epidemic Conditioning Engineering, states concerns that these machines can exacerbate asthma, other lung conditions, and in lungs that are still developing? And the director of the UCLA Center for Education or Environment Health states, you cannot see or smell ozone, but lungs treat it like a foreign invader. Number eight, what is your plan to monitor these levels? In closing, I hope before the board votes to turn these generators on, or they will consider doing more research, like hundreds of other school districts that have across the country have turned them off, especially when they heard about this lawsuit. As for my son, under OSHA guidelines, most people that work with toxins, they know the consequences of being around toxins and choose those occupations. My son does not choose to come to school to be exposed to toxins that could possibly cause cancer or other ill health conditions. Thank you for my consideration.
Who would like to speak next?
Hi, my name is Denise Bredwell, and to the school board, superintendent, and concerned parents. I am a parent of 3 children in USD 348. I'm concerned about our school district, and I'm concerned about our children. My family moved to Baldwin City 5 years ago yesterday. We specifically came here from a neighboring school district because Baldwin City had some of the highest ratings for school districts in Kansas. And that's what I wanted. That was important for us. We were unhappy with the level of support and education our children were receiving where we were. So we sold our house and downsized in order to afford a home in this district, hoping for a better future for our children. I love Baldwin City, but I have been less than impressed with many of the experiences that we have had thus far. I have one child with a special education plan. I fought for 3 years to get them on that plan because when they were originally tested, we were told that they just missed the 7% threshold. 7%, that was the bar for receiving extra help in this district. For years, I was told that my child wasn't the worst in class and that they were showing progress, so they didn't need extra help. It took 3 years of my child struggling to fall behind enough to finally qualify for help. After 1.5 years on an IEP, through the pandemic, my child scored in the 7th and 14th percentile on their tests this May. Their special education team made recommendations to me that they were on target and accommodations should be removed. That was a hard meeting to sit through because that was about 5 against 1. Sorry, this is a tough one to get through. While I know that I am simplifying things and that education is more than just about test scores, 14% should not be the threshold of excellence that we are striving for. My child, our children deserve better than that. I have another child that has been the target of bullying in the school for at least 3 years. The last day of school in May, they were physically assaulted by a classmate in the hallway for all of the grade to see. I spoke with the principal about that incident, and I'm hoping that this year goes better, but I'm less than confident about that due to our experiences thus far. You are all aware that bullying is a problem in this district, and the consequences are dire. And I know that you all are taking steps for that. I know you are. Why do I tell you these things? Because you need to know what's happening in our schools. I'm not saying this to try and put my children out there for ridicule or to put them down in any way. I love my kids and they're great and they deserve the best, and that's why I'm here. Your vision, published on your website, states that it is your goal to provide a rigorous, balanced education where all students can reach their full potential. After seeing the district test scores, academic, and the social emotional well-being from this year, all parents should be concerned. The board should be concerned. Our students are struggling. It is worth noting, though, that not all of our experiences are bad. This district has some great teachers and obviously an amazing community that cares very much. Yes, we have a virus that is affecting our community. While this virus is new, viruses and political dangers are not. During the Cold War, children were taught drills to hide under their desks in case of emergency. But they weren't taught instruction while they were hiding under those desks. By the way, that was a frivolous effort too. Last January, my daughter became very ill with influenza A. When I notified her teacher, I was told that most of the class had it, and in fact, it was running rampant through the school. This was January 2020. Yet nobody was quarantined, and I was never notified that I should take extra precaution to keep my daughter safe. I was told that it wasn't the school's job. I get it. Kids get sick. This is a terrible virus. People get sick. People die. It is tragic. It is. And I don't mean to minimize that. But nowhere in the school board vision is it stated that you are meant to exercise healthcare regulation upon the students of this district. You believed that last year when the whole school was out sick with the flu. It is our job as parents to manage the health of our children. It is our job to take the necessary precautions to keep them safe. It is your job to provide a rigorous and balanced education where students can reach their full potential. I urge you to stay out of the politics and the fear-mongering that surround this virus. Please honor your responsibility to provide a quality education for our children.
Time has expired.
Anyone like to go next?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Tower. I have 2 kids in the elementary schools here in Baldwin. I've heard a lot about parent and family choice as an issue, and I think that is important. I do agree with the importance of that. But I won't be in school with my daughter when she goes there, and she will, in the end, make her own choice. I can ask her to wear a mask. I can beg her to wear a mask. I can insist she wears a mask. But she's 9 years old, and she is very independent, and she will make her own choice. In fact, she would have made her own choice in kindergarten. She's that independent, right? As a 5-year-old, she would have done what she wanted. And what she chose might have been impacted by what I said to her, but it also would be impacted by many other things that she's seeing around her, whether her peers are wearing masks, what she sees in our community, where the majority of adults are also not wearing masks indoors when we're out and about now, right? That kind of went by the wayside this summer. When she forgets a mask, because she's annoyed that she has to wear a mask because they're annoying. We all hate them, right? There's all sorts of things that are going to affect her decision. And so what I think we're really talking about here is not actually parent choice or family choice. It's elementary school child choice. And I don't think that we should be leaving this decision up to small children. I think there are bigger issues at play than what they are ready to analyze and synthesize in their decision-making process. My second point is that those under 12 are not eligible for the vaccine. So they don't have the option to choose to give themselves any other protection other than what we provide for them in our decisions, in our schools, in our communities. They can't get the best protection available, so I think that it's our duty as a society to make sure that they are protected in whatever ways we can until they can have the vaccine, until they can get the better options for protection. Especially now with this Delta variant that is doing things differently than last year, right? Last year it wasn't spreading as much in kids, they weren't getting as sick. Things are slightly different now. Things have changed. There's a lot more kids hospitalized. It's a lot more contagious. It isn't the same even as last school year. It seems potentially even more dangerous for our young kids than it was last fall when we started school. And yet, we are going into school with more kids in school and fewer safety precautions, safety measures. I think it would be a logistically a fairly simple decision for the school board and the school district to say that the elementary schools should be masked, that will protect those young kids who don't have the other layer of protection that we adults and older kids are able to have. So based on all that, I would actually like to ask the board to vote on two separate issues. If you aren't interested in considering a mask mandate for the entire school district, everybody, or if you do want to consider that but you vote no on it, I would like you to vote on a separate issue of whether just the elementary schools should be masked.
Please listen respectfully.
And that way, we'll consider those vaccine ineligible kids and how we're going to keep protecting them. I've heard just a couple smaller things. I've heard a few people say over the last several board meetings about how we don't have a huge amount of spread in our community yet, but we are not a small town out in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. We're a small town that is actually a bedroom community to Lawrence and to Johnson County, right? A lot of our community members are commuting both for work and for shopping to much larger areas. So I think we have to consider that our spread here, COVID-wise, is linked with Lawrence and Johnson County, not just our little town of 4,500. I do recognize that the day before school is starting is a terrible time to make this decision. I mean, that's just awful. But I think that just because something is hard and inconvenient doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to do what's
Time has
right.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jackie Kennedy, a mother of two children who are enrolled in the district. I created the Parental and Community Survey in hopes that it would provide a tool for all to have input on what is best for their child's health and well-being as we enter into this new school year. Last Monday, 4 school board members were considering voting on another mandate, so I decided it would be important to open the survey up again. The results were sent to the board members and Mr. Dorothy today. I'm going to read the questions and the results of the 388 participants. Do you reside within the Baldwin City School District? 388 said yes. Do you believe USD 348 should adopt COVID school policies based strictly on CDC national guidelines? 286 said no. That's 74% of participants. 87 said yes. 15 were unsure. Do you believe USD 348 should adopt COVID school policies based strictly on Douglas County guidelines? 237 said no, 135 said yes, 16 unsure. Do you believe USD 348 should adopt COVID school policies based on community-based circumstances and parental input? 272 said yes, that is 70% of the participants. 108 said no, 8 were unsure or should be considered in conjunction with CDC Douglas County. Do you believe children, regardless of vaccination status, should be required to wear a mask during in-class instruction? 260 said no, 100 said yes, and 28 were unsure, or if recommended by CDC and or if the caseload rose. Do you believe children should be required to be vaccinated with the COVID vaccine prior to returning to in-school instruction? 318 said no. That's 82% of participants. 70 said yes. Do you believe a child should be required to submit proof of vaccination as part of any policy that would provide for different COVID rules for vaccinated versus unvaccinated? 276 said no. 104 said yes, and 8 were unsure, depends on caseload CDC. Do you believe children who choose not to be vaccinated should be required to wear a mask during in-school instructions? 259 said no, 124 said yes, 5 unsure. Lastly, do you support a mask by choice policy for students and instructors independent of vaccination status? 277 said yes. That is 72% of participants want a choice. 107 no, 4 unsure. One thing that I thought was interesting, and this is my own opinion, is that 28% of participants wanted the school board to not even consider their input or the input of others, to leave the decisions strictly in the board's hands to decide what is best for their child and the health and well-being of others. I asked those parents, what if you were on the other side of the fence? For example, if you were for forced masking, what would you do if the school board told you that your child cannot wear a mask? Leave it at home and do not come to school with a mask in hand. That other children would feel out of place if your child wore one. How would you feel? What would you do? Regardless of what you think is right or wrong, parents are entitled to a choice in raising their children in the best way they feel necessary. We followed the recommendations for the past 18 months. We followed the rules that the school board put in place this last year. This virus is never going away. It is here to stay. There is a vaccine and a mask if you choose. I refuse to raise our children in a bubble and behind a mask for the next 18 months because of a 99.99% odds that children have in beating this virus. And this is per the CDC stats. Thank you.
Anyone like to speak now? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rachel Callahan, and I'm here on behalf of my 4 kids that attend USD 348. As I stand here before you, let me ask you, how upset would you be if someone was forcing something upon your child that you 100% didn't agree with? You would not sit down and take it. You would be standing where I am right now, fighting for your children. You are voting to take our rights as parents and deciding what is best for our children, but for what reason? Why is this not a choice? Who are you to decide what is best for my family? The only person to decide that is me. Not the governor, not the CDC, and not you. This isn't about science, because to be quite honest, no one knows what's going on when completely 100% vaccinated people still get and spread this virus. But yet it's easier to blame unvaccinated and unmasked because it's easier to swallow than to say the vaccines are not working like they thought. These kids are breathing in dirt, sweat, spit, and food all day long on their masks, which is absolutely disgusting in my opinion. Do you think this is healthy? The day before school starts, and we are here trying to help our children have a normal life and school year. I'm standing here fighting for my children and the option for me to decide what's best. You are voting the day before school starts on whether these kids get to stay muzzled throughout the year. Because let's face it, if it's voted on now, it absolutely won't change until the year ends. I'm more afraid of losing my rights as a parent and to choose what's best for my children than I am of COVID. That's what you are voting on today. I'm not here trying to force other parents to have their child not wear a mask, so why are other parents trying to force a mask upon my children? That's control from one side. So I'm here to say absolutely not. It's my decision, not another parent's decision. When I attended the sports meeting, they talked a lot about focusing on education of the student athletes, and if it comes to it, the kids would be doing homework on the sidelines instead of practicing. So at what point are you going to let the teachers teach and not be the mask police, or make sure everyone is social distancing the proper way? That takes time away from every student and wastes more time than necessary, taking away from the education of the kids. I want to touch on the bullying aspect that was brought up a few times. And I'm sorry if your child was bullied for wearing a mask, but let me say this. My son has come home saying that he got made fun of because of a shirt he was wearing or because he drew a picture and some of their kids didn't like it and told him it was stupid. So are we going to make all kids wear the same thing and have the same shoes, backpacks now? Are we going to make them all draw the same picture so no one gets made fun of? No, I'm more scared of my child catching the flu and getting seriously ill than I am of them getting COVID. We never mandated masks for flu. Now, let's see. So let parents choose. Also extremely frustrating that this is being decided the night before school. You waited until the children were enrolled to pump numbers up, and now you're going to deliver a blow to everyone that is against this. So now what? We pull our kids out? Let these kids have a normal school year and choose what's best.
Thank you for everyone coming here tonight. I'd like to review a little bit. The school board, it's funny, a month ago, none of them had masks on, right? Now they all got masks on. I think these are Delta masks, right? Did they work on the Delta variant? I'd like to get maybe it's Delta masks. Oh, sorry. Anyway, 2 months before that, they didn't have masks on either. Now they all got masks on because of the Delta variant. I don't know. There's no science about this. Let's face it. They forced this to the very last day completely on purpose. Completely on purpose, to push it through. We were here on May 17th, had a big crowd. We worked hard to get people in to make sure that the kids didn't have to wear masks for summer school. I give the board credit. They voted. Of course, they waited until Douglas County dropped their mask mandates because basically, you know, that was an easier thing to do. They're not going to stand up to anybody, but they will go along with somebody. Okay, great. So as this young man mentioned, there was no COVID case all summer long. No mask all through summer school, no COVID case, but now we got masks. Oh, you know, this just is completely political. This is all this is. This is your liberal elite, and they know, since they're smarter than you, what your kids should do. And they are going to make them do it whether you like it or not. They're not interested in the science. There's no science to back any of this up. They never bring it forward. Never bring it forward. 45 years and under in Douglas County. This figure has been the same for over a year. No one has died. No one has died under 45 years of age. That pretty much includes all kids and all parents of kids in that after that. No one's died. Now, Mr. Brown says, well, that's a death statistic. We can't use death statistics because they can't be manipulated like case studies, which are you can't base anything on case studies because they're completely corrupt. Anyway, back to May 17th, you know, we come here, Miss Dorothy was so afraid of parents that he had the entire Baldwin police force out front. 6 cops inside for the whole meeting, 3 squad cars and a plain clothes roaming the parking lot looking for license plates. Surely that wasn't meant to intimidate parents and keep them from coming in and saying their piece. Surely not. It was accidental. Or Mr. Dorothy was so afraid that the parents might riot. You are a pretty ornery looking crowd. I can see the fear that might be inspired by you. But yes, this is intentional. They voted, we voted not to use masks a month ago. It was done. I was so glad. I wanted to come here and sing the praises of the board. I want to say thank you. Thank you so much, because that's what the majority of people want. I honestly think they do not want parental involvement here. Along those lines, we're going to start collecting emails from all parents. We're going to be starting next Monday out in the parking lots. Unless the school board votes to have us arrested for trespassing, we will actually be. That is your right. We do pay, but you can have us arrested for that. We'll move out in the street because you can't have us arrested for that. And Chairman, you were asking when you cut me off last week. You know, I was trying to make a point about calling the police. And you had point order and you cut me off and you wouldn't let me finish, which you shouldn't do. But I don't expect an apology because, see, these people never make a mistake. They never make a mistake. The kids in this district, half of them are failing. 50% of the school kids in this district are failing. 37% of them on the survey are so depressed for 2 weeks on end that they change their activities. Horribly depressed. This is because of these mitigation policies. Absolutely. Last year, okay, we were new. We didn't know what was going on. We know now. We've been through summer school. There is no logical medical reason for this. There's only ideological reasons, and these people are going to shove their ideology down your throat. If you don't stand up to it, they will make you do it, because that's what they do. They believe in authoritarianism. They don't know how to act. There's no leadership here. They just do what they're told. And they want you to do what you're told. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Over here? There? Okay. I have a poll right here, so if you can see better than I can.
What?
There's-
Oh, yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. Yeah. Should be, yeah.
I'm Amanda Baker, and I will have kids in all 4 buildings in this district this fall. And I want to say a couple of things, and one is that I too have actually changed my habits around masking over the last month as I've been watching the spread of the Delta variant in our area. My husband and I have been fully vaccinated for a while and had gotten to where we were pretty relaxed about not masking when we were indoors. And we weren't with our kids. We masked whenever we were with our kids because that's the example we wanted to set, because it's what we wanted them to do. But in the last about month, as we have watched the spread of the Delta variant, as new research has come out to share that even fully vaccinated folks with the Delta variant can have viral spread that is equal to unvaccinated folks for the first 3 to 5 days that the virus is incubating in your body. We have chosen to go back to masking anytime we're indoors with people outside of our immediate family. That's a choice that we make out of care for others. We feel fairly confident that our health is not at risk because we are vaccinated and we know what the statistics say about the protection that we receive from severe illness. But we also know that there are a plethora of people who are still vulnerable. Those who are not eligible to be vaccinated, those who have opted not to be vaccinated for a variety of reasons, and those who are immunocompromised, and some who are vaccinated but who have extenuating health circumstances, which we have family members who fall into that category, who have other health concerns that are severe enough that even with the vaccine, we are concerned for their well-being. And my kids are very conscientious of that. They're very conscientious of the ways in which they engage in care for their whole community. But what I also wanted to say to the board is that I'm among those. I didn't take that survey, I didn't see that survey, but I would have also voted that I hope that when all is said and done, after you've heard all of us say our piece, the decision that you make will not be about what you feel like is the most popular decision among the parents gathered here, but about what the science supports, what will make for.
Can we stop time for a minute? It's really important, please stop time. It's really important that we listen respectfully to each other. So if there's not interruptions with someone that you don't agree with, just let everybody say their piece, okay? That's important for everybody, regardless of where you're at on this. It's a really important example to set for our kids, to not just talk and interrupt. You know, take our turns. That's what we teach our kids. We can do the same thing here, whether you agree with it or not. I will protect everybody's right to have public comment. We have a very open process in Baldwin, so I'm going to time out and do a point of order. In many districts, you have to submit a letter 7 days in advance in writing to be reviewed, to then be allowed to be read. In several districts, public comment would have been over at 7:30. That's it. We don't do that here. We're not looking to do that now. Please don't give us a reason or anyone a reason to think that might be a good idea. It's important to listen to everybody no matter how long it takes, but let's do it the right way, okay? All right, please continue time here. Go ahead. Thanks, guys.
So I hope that you will follow the best science available to you. There's a lot of sources out there. I know that you all are big researchers. Some of you I know personally, and I know that you do a ton of reading and homework behind the scenes. And again, what I hope that I'll be able to say to my kids who have their own apprehensions about coming back into in-person learning amidst rising cases is that their school board has done the research and has tried to provide the healthiest, safest environment possible for them for learning this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
name's Carson. I'm going to the 8th grade. These past 2 years have been weird on us. I'm against mask mandates. Most days in schools, I had headaches and difficulty breathing due to masks, and that caused me not to be able to focus on schoolwork. You parents may not understand because it is us who are in school, worrying if our masks are falling down, fixing them when the teachers say to. Some kids were taken out of class during lessons and would be sent to the office for taking their mask off for a break. Most of my classmates got detention for being too close to someone with a mask on. What is the point of a mask if we can't be near anyone while wearing them? I know many people, including me, who have worn masks and gained more insecurities by getting acne. I know that probably doesn't matter to most of you, but it does to us. In July of this year, my sister got the vaccine. Only a couple weeks later, she still got COVID. What is the point of mask or the vaccine if they don't work? I think it should be up to the kids and parents to decide if we wear a mask or not. We are mature enough to take care of ourselves. Yes, I'm aware and sorry some people may be more at risk if they get COVID, but they can still choose to wear a mask or not. Wearing a mask only makes our immune system weaker. Shouldn't it be my body, my choice? Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Hello, I'm Jessica McCory. You've seen me several times now, so I'm not here to tell you what my stance is. Everyone knows what my stance is by now. I do want to address the survey that was just presented. It was originally presented in a community Facebook page. It was a little bit misleading. It initially was presented under the guise of being an official survey as coming from the school board. Many people actually did believe it was coming from the district. Regardless of the source, we now know it's not from the board. You can tell based on the wording that it had some bias to it. However, I understand that information may be useful, and if the board feels that type of information is useful, getting a survey of all of the parents, we welcome the board or the district coming forth, creating a statistically meaningful survey of their own. We work with you. They have experts, research experts, who can help you develop relevant, neutral language for the questions, and then help with the data analysis afterwards, and we would welcome that. But then to go on, I keep hearing that parents are welcoming starting the school year like we did in fall of 2019. Well, the fact of the matter is, we're in a pandemic. Just last week, 121.
Excuse me, Jessica. I'm going to ask again that we please listen respectfully, okay? I keep hearing noise over here. It's distracting. It's not fair to the speaker, all right? No one is doing that when someone was up here that wasn't wearing a mask. You did not hear background noise. Let's give each other the respect as human beings, as community members, as neighbors. I've heard a lot of theology reference. Let's live that, guys. Let's listen to public comment. 5 minutes at a time. Listen respectfully. Please, I do not want to have to ask again. I know that we're better than this. And if you think that's a problem when you're hearing other people do that, please encourage your neighbors to do the right thing and just listen. Everybody's voice matters. You'll have your chance. We'll have public comment till 10 p.m. if we have to. Okay? But we've got to make sure. Our work is still yet to come tonight. Bring me a Dr. Pepper. Let's go. Okay? But we've got to do it the right way. And we're not going to give in to this kind of stuff. We're not going to bully each other. Right? We say we don't want to bully. I've been bullied 3 times tonight for wearing a mask. So, let's take a deep breath and listen to each other. We can do this. I know it's hard, but we can do it. Okay? Jessica, please continue. Thank you.
The AAP released new data today for last week, and we saw more than 121,000 children diagnosed with COVID across the nation. They're now accounting for 18% of our new cases in the nation. Our county positivity has increased significantly since Friday. the 10 to 17-year-olds went from 5.3% positivity to 7.8% today. The 0 to 9-year-olds was a little bit less. They went from 3.7 to 4.4, but they're still increasing, and our children's positivity rates overall, if you average them, are significantly above 5%. The headlines everywhere are warning us about what we risk without masks. 16-year-old dies from COVID complications as South Carolina school district struggles with infections. Younger children are more likely to spread COVID, study finds. More than 470 COVID cases and 1,000 quarantined after the first week of school in a Florida county. We can't start school like it's 2019 because it's not. We spent the last year and a half in a global pandemic and more than 600,000 Americans have died. If the goal is to get our kids in school and keep them in school, why aren't we taking every precaution to keep them safe and healthy? I worry about filling the lunchrooms again. Now, I did see that we got an email saying that we could leave it up to my 8-year-old to say I want to sit 6 feet away from anybody else. But again, like somebody just said, that's putting a lot of pressure on an 8-year-old. I worry about the back-to-school events that have happened all around town the last few days. I know there's a high school assembly tomorrow afternoon, and there's a school dance on Friday where kids are going to be close together, they're not going to be masking. I'm here to represent the parents, some parents I will say, I know I'm not representing one half of the room, and the faculty. I'm here worried about exposing my children to a dangerous yet preventable illness that causes lifelong health issues. I'm here representing some district employees who are too worried to speak out for fear of retribution from the community. They're concerned about the potential damage it would have with their future students and the relationships they would have with them. If our kids wear a mask, what's the consequence? If they don't, will we be the next headline? Will we be the first Douglas County district to have one of our children die? I'm here to ask the board not to be influenced by others. Look inside yourself and vote with your heart and your conscience for what you believe is right to protect these children and our community.
Mike Kennedy, two children involved in school, pharmaceutical scientist with a PhD in chemical engineering. Remind you that again. Regarding the issue of COVID policy in our schools, I urge the board to choose freedom of choice regarding whether a parent wants to mask their child in school. I also urge the board to scrap their hastily assembled scoring system for reinstituting masking. It's not backed by any science that the metrics proposed will somehow be altered by mandatory masking in schools. Let's stick to the basics here in our policy. Stay home if you're sick, get well before you return to school. Regardless of vaccination status, if you're exposed for an extended period of time to someone who's sick, get tested. My position is backed by the following points. Information around Delta variant speaks to its ability to infect both those who are vaccinated and those who are not. I think we all agree there. For those who are vaccinated, symptoms are much less severe than they are, and they are at much lower risk of complications prior to vaccination. That's a good thing. In our region of the country, that is Kansas and the surrounding states, by CDC's current weekly statistics, the incidence of hospitalization in 0 to 17-year-olds remains about 1 in 400,000 of the population of 0 to 17, the lowest of any other age category. Despite Delta, the rate is lower than prior to the vaccine being available. To those in the room, there is no present data to suggest Delta presents greater incidence of hospitalization or death than prior variants. For those confirmed COVID cases in the 0 to 17 range, since the start of COVID, Kansas reports a 0.5% hospitalization for 5 in 1,000 cases. Total deaths are 2 in 46,000 cases. Analysis of national data indicate that out of 350 deaths, 15 and under, greater than 50% had serious comorbidities, such as leukemia. Almost 2 times this number, age 14 and under, have died of suicide in the past year, so twice the rate. The science around mask effectiveness is simply poor and lacking in the school setting due to the difference in the types of masks, prolonged use of unsanitary masks, poor fitting of masks, and now the supposed 1,000-fold increase in viral load with Delta. Think about it. If you have a mask that's only 50% effective and now you push 500 times more virus through it, is it really going to protect you? I don't think so. Rather than virtue signaling by adopting a mask mandate, the board would do better to recommend daily vitamins and minerals known to build a stronger immune system in our kids. The board has been providing articles we've previously spoken about, affirming the social and mental impacts to our children being subjected to constant mask wearing. You've heard several kids testify tonight. Promoting fear and inducing anxiety or depression only works to lower immune systems to all diseases. Government agency COVID recommendations have become politicized and corrupted despite these statistics. As a counterexample, according to the CDC, almost all cervical cancer is caused by HPV virus, aka genital warts. In the US, an average of 14,000 cases of cervical cancer are diagnosed each year, 8 in 100,000 women, and 4,000 deaths. About 13 million Americans, including teens, become infected each year. 85% of us will over our lifetime. Pretty scary. Yet many of the commercials on TV over the past several years urge parents to have their 11, 12-year-olds vaccinated for HPV. Yet have we had such fervent argument on vaccination for HPV, or mandate chastity belts as a prerequisite to attend public schools? Maybe that's next. COVID and its variants are never going away. After nearly 2 years, it's time to stop pretending that wearing a cloth mask will stop the spread. We will all be exposed to COVID at some point, and it's by focusing on our individual health, vaccinating or choosing social distancing with the most vulnerable, and establishing treatment protocols to those who develop complications that we regain our freedoms to pursue life according to our free will. Your authority to impose restrictions on our kids is denied by a vast number of us in the community who understand this. Fear-based COVID policies have denied my children opportunity for quality education for 2 school years. At this point, as a board member, you cannot sleep at night because you feel your inaction on a mask mandate may make you complicit in somebody else's negative health outcome. I urge you to resign. Acting with fear and emotion in light of the statistics presented is not courageous leadership. Thank you.
Okay, do we have more? I just have to say, if you're watching at home and you're keeping track on a card, I wasn't expecting genital warts to come up, so that was unexpected. I understand the point you were making though in terms of the metaphor. So, but I wasn't expecting that. We have. I think, sir, you were standing, but
yeah, she's
then,
she's been waiting back. Do you still want to talk?
Jessica.
Okay. Okay. Because I saw you first, then you, and then you, and then you.
You're right here behind this thing. Sorry.
Hi, my name is Jessica Allen. I've got 2 kids in the district. I have one at junior high and one at the intermediate school. I wanted to start off by thanking you guys a lot for the time. I'm sure it's been a lot of time and a lot of bad feelings and everything over the past year and a half. So thank you for everything you've done. At last week's meeting, one of the board members expressed her concern about the decision to start the school year just as we started the 2019 school year as normal. She stated that she had concerns about the kids that chose to wear masks being bullied. I have talked with several kids, including my own, and asked them if they were ever made fun of about their masks at all, and they all gave me examples upon examples of times that other kids and teachers would come up to them and be extremely rude about how they were wearing their masks. They had kids make fun of the print or style of their masks. One kid was even told that she was disgusting because she didn't change her mask after lunch. And then one boy remembered getting out of his mom's car and grabbing one of her masks because he forgot his at home, and he was teased all day about the floral pattern that was all over it. So that bullying goes both ways. Kids are going to bully kids no matter what, not only because of masks. My conclusion is that there are kids being bullied who are there are not kids being bullied, who are trying to protect themselves. But there are kids being bullied and policed by students and teachers alike on how to wear their masks, the status quo, if you will, of their masks, the hygiene of their masks. I would really like to see our kids go back to school with the confidence knowing that they're free to wear a mask or not to wear a mask, depending on whatever they feel is safe for them. The second thing that I wanted to touch on is the fear and the facts. At last week's meeting, several speakers said that the hospital numbers were rising, specifically referring to Children's Mercy. Yes, that is true. However, why? If you go to the Children's Mercy website, it clearly states that they are at capacity due to RSV. It's not COVID. There has been a rise in RSV cases since early June, with a notable spike in the past month. RSV is a highly contagious flu-like illness that causes symptoms such as runny nose, coughing, sneezing, and fever. Science and researchers suggest that exposing infants and children to germs may offer them greater protection from illnesses such as allergies and asthma later in life. Somebody else must have pulled this from the exact same website. Tom McDade, PhD, Associate Professor and Director of the Laboratory for Human Biology Research at Northwestern University, states that when exposure to parasites, bacteria, and viruses is limited, a mask limits the bacteria and the parasites and viruses. When that's limited early in life, children face greater chance of having allergies, asthma, degenerative diseases, and other autoimmune diseases during adulthood. The young immune system is strengthened by exposures to everyday germs. It can learn to adapt and regulate itself. What I'm getting ready to read you was taken directly from the Children's Mercy website. It's referring to the surge in RSV patients. Quote, why is this happening? If 2020 taught us anything, it is that unusual things can and will happen. It makes sense that cases of COVID have declined as more people are getting vaccinated. It also makes sense that we are seeing a rise in respiratory viruses as they reemerge as more people are going out without masks and out and about. Additionally, we have a cohort of children and seniors who haven't been exposed to these seasonal viruses for over a year and that thus are at much higher risk for severe infection, end quote. According to the CDC, RSV hospitalizes 58,000 kids per year and causes anywhere from 100 to 500 deaths in kids every year in the United States. This is a mortality rate of 0.5 to 1.7%. If the child has suppressed immunity, or the mortality rate soars to 60%. Still, according to the CDC, COVID's mortality rate in kids under 18 is 0.25%. That is 0.0025%. This is less than half the deaths that RSV causes. Yet we have never masked for RSV or flu. So we all wore masks last year to prevent COVID. What it actually did was kill our immune systems. Now our hospitals are filling up with people that have common viral infections that have been around for years, and they are causing serious life-threatening complications, all because of our choice to wear masks for a year ruined our body's ability to build up the immune system to fight these common viruses. People want to believe science, then believe the science that has been around for hundreds of years, the science of immune systems and how they work. COVID is a virus that is not going away, and it will continue to morph into new strains just like influenza. The vast majority.
Okay, sorry, your time.
Nope, that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, President Benefit Smith, board members, and Mr. Dorothy for organizing this meeting and for your service. Reuters reported the number of children hospitalized with COVID-19 in the United States hit a record high of just over 1,900 on Saturday, as hospitals across the South were stretched to capacity fighting outbreaks caused by the highly transmittable Delta variant. This according to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. This is also as schools in the South have been opening in the past 2 weeks, many without mask mandates. My name is Ben Jerome. I have 3 children in our school district. 1 is vaccinated and starting high school. 2 are below the current vaccination age, and 1 of those 2 has type 1 diabetes, which, unlike type 2 diabetes, is an autoimmune disorder where the body attacks its own insulin-producing cells. Before school was closed to protect our community from COVID in 2020, He was not the only child at his school with this condition, which puts them at severe risk for COVID symptoms. Apart from our children, my wife and I have deep roots in the community. I have lived in Douglas County for 15 years, and I'm a two-time KU grad. I'm a trauma therapist and worked in community mental health in Topeka before starting my own practice in Lawrence. My wife is a Baker grad, born in Topeka, and now teaches at Baker. Together we have coached rec soccer, along with others in the room. We support local businesses wherever we can, and our kids are very active in local sports. As we have said, we are your neighbors. The school district has done such a good job keeping our kids as safe as practically possible from COVID for the past 18 months. But the Delta variant is spreading through the school-age population across the country, and now per last week's email, we've reduced the measures that kept them safe this long, specifically masking. This gave me and a lot of other parents a bad case of whiplash. I agree we need to get our kids back into school as soon as possible, but not without the appropriate recommended measures. I understand the argument that a federal authority like the CDC does not necessarily have a local community perspective, but our local community is not predominantly made up of people who dedicate their lives to public health, pediatrics, and the studies of viruses. And the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics are. So when we have CDC and AAP guidance to mask and or vaccinate, I feel it is highly irresponsible and negligent for school boards around the country not to follow them. The New York Times reports that in Texas, which has experienced a surge in COVID cases, a total of 237 children in the state were hospitalized with COVID-19 just last Tuesday alone. The children's wards are overwhelmed. In response to the crisis, school officials in Dallas, Houston, and Austin said last week they would require masking on campuses, and courts have backed them. This summer, our family traveled to see family friends in Florida and teach and support Baker and US students abroad in England. And it was not an easy thing to do. It was postponed twice due to COVID. We always masked indoors and in public transport, as did those around us. We were tested many times without a single false negative, as just today our boys had a clear antibody test. The three things that allowed this to happen were masking of everyone indoors, testing, and vaccination. And the kids didn't complain about their masks once. We're living proof that the masks worked. The district has done a good job of keeping COVID infections in Douglas County relatively low. Unfortunately, that and the returning of kids who stayed out of school mean we have a lot of defenseless kids. We know COVID Delta is 50 to 60% more contagious, so they are more at risk than ever. Pfizer has issued a statement indicating that the data for the 5 to 11-year-old age groups could be available for full vaccination by November. As a mental health professional, I would add kids may find masks annoying. They find a lack of access to peers saddening. But only the death of a peer or guilt over spreading disease would cause clinical depression. Wearing a mask along with your peers does not cause clinical depression. Nationally, 62% of parents support masking requirements for unvaccinated students and school personnel, according to a recent poll from the Kaiser Family Foundation. So in closing, I'm asking, don't forget the children
Sir,
in
your
our
time has
schools.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no, she was first. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Cool.
she's been waiting.
Yeah, she's
I
been
don't
waiting.
like my press.
No, you're fine.
Is this actually on? Okay, cool. I think that there's been a lot of intense emotion on both sides, and I think that it's because it touches what is closest to our heart, which is our children and the next generation. I think for everyone, what I would ask is that this could be a choice. To me, that was what I was taught America was about. Freedom of a choice. Freedom of religion. So, whether it's HPV,
HPV, which is like, why do we bring up HPV? And it's like, because sex is a choice. We don't want to talk about sex if we're talking about COVID, but like sex is a choice. So like, how do I keep my kids from having sex? I teach them about choosing the right partner. I teach them about sexual education, and then I let them make that choice. For children with masks, if you want your kids to wear a mask, I highly encourage you to talk to your kids. If you think that peer pressure is a part of it, I highly encourage you to talk to your kids about peer pressure. You know, as far as other things, I feel like quaternary sanitizer, sanitizing every hour, requiring every kid to wash their hands every hour. There are a lot of measures we could go through. Vitamins, there's a lot of things that affect the immune system that we're not talking about. Fruit and vegetable intake, obesity in America. There is a lot that comes down to the health of our bodies that we're not even entering into the conversation. And I'm not willing to say stop serving cookies to all elementary children because some people are obese and some people are dying of obesity and some children have type 1 diabetes, because I feel like that infringes upon some children's right to eat cookies. And I know that this is dramatic and I know that this is close to people's heart, but what I would say is that if it's close to your heart, it's because it's probably supposed to be your parents' choice. And I highly encourage you, if you want your children to wear a mask, let them wear a mask. And I will tell my children not to bully them, and I will tell my children to respect them, the same way I would tell my children to respect a kid that wore a yarmulke. Because it's pretty much the same thing, put on top of your head. We don't bully the kid that chooses to wear a yarmulke because it is a symbol of his religion, the same way we don't bully a kid that chooses to wear a mask. And if a kid wants to wash their hands multiple times a day, if we want to use sanitizer, and if we choose to change our minds, we can. But at this point in our current society, I don't feel like the evidence is strong enough that we need to mandate to kids to wear their masks. Because I will say that there are hidden costs that we don't think about. And I feel you on the 9-year-olds don't listen to you, because my 9-year-old only halfway listens to me. And I have 4 kids in USD 348, and I have 5 kids, one of which graduated from Shawnee Mission. And what I will say is that they keep me up at night every single night. They stress me out every single day. And I swear to goodness, I chastise them more times than I want to count. But this is a struggle that we carry as parents. But I do believe that it's a personal choice. And I also guarantee that if I told my 9-year-old, you wear this mask and your life depends on it, and my life depends on it, and mama's life depends on it, and papa's life depends on it, and you will keep that mask on your face, then my 9-year-old will. And I think that for this season, my recommendation is that we choose that for my family, and I want the right to choose. I want the right to tell my child to wear a mask if we need to, and I want the right to say you can take it off if you don't. That's really all I have to say, is that I believe that it's a choice, and I believe that it's personal, and I don't think it's the government's right to mandate where we are in this current stand, because it's a divided country. But I think that what we all could agree on is that we care about our kids. We want them to be safe. But how we choose to do it is our own choice. And I wish we could spend more time rallying around that point than being divided over whether they wear a mask or not. Because the reality is half of them wear their masks down anyway. Half of them stick their fingers up their nose anyway. Half of them are like picking their nose, sticking up their friend's nose behind the mask. They're gross little creatures. And I don't mean that in like a crazy way, but they are. Let's talk about good hand washing. That serves everyone. That serves RSV, that serves any disease. Let's talk about proper hygiene. Let's talk about not sticking our fingers up our friends' noses. Let's talk about those things as parents. Let's make this the conversation at our dinner tables. Let's make this the conversation with our friends. Let's impact our children, not force people to mandate what our children do and don't do. We're here for an education. Let's get the education. And if we're concerned about the health and safety of our kids, girl, I got you. Jose doesn't take off his mask, or, Lucy doesn't take off her mask, and we can have each other's back. If there's a reason someone needs to wear a mask, let's do it as a team. But if there's a reason someone can't because they have asthma, let's not do it as a team. Does that make sense? Everyone's an individual. So I just say, let's make our choices, and let's do it in our families, and let's come here for an education, and let's be friends at the end of the day. Because we're a country, and we're here together, and we're a community, and we're here together, and we're friends, and we should leave as friends, and our kids are friends. And I want to underline that. Our kids are friends.
Ma'am, time is expired.
Okay. That's a good ending. Oh, my name is Sarah Shook.
Thank you.
You're up.
Good evening. Thank you for the board giving us time this evening, and I would like to say thank you to everybody in this room and those that can't be here that are joining online. I would like to turn around and say thank you to these young ladies. There are some young men sitting over here that deserve a round of applause as well. And there are some young kids in this room that are listening and hopefully learning. I stood in the back of this room this whole time. I didn't plan to say anything. I'm not here with a speech or data. That I kudos to everybody that did that has that data. I commend them. But you learn a lot from watching people in a room. And you learn a lot from watching people that are passionate about something that they care about, which one of the things I learned about over the last year and a half was, what will you fight for as a parent, as a caregiver? Every single person in this room that has kids would say, my kids. I will fight for my kids. And I believe that's what everybody is wanting to do. They want to be able to have the decision making for what's best for their family. So when we look back at what's happened over the last year and a half, my opinion from early on last year was that the kids paid the ultimate price. Whether it's an activity, whether it's a group, whether it's a sport, they paid the ultimate price. Not being able to see their friends at times, not being able to see each other because of a mask was difficult. And we don't know how difficult it really was. They do. They do. Those young men sitting over there, they know how hard that was. I have a wife that works in the district. I have a son that's in the junior high. I know how difficult it was for my son, so I can imagine what everybody else feels about that. I respect, there was about 80, 85 people in this room, so probably less now. Everybody's opinion matters. Everybody's voice matters. So I didn't plan to speak tonight. I wanted to listen and observe, and I've been observing everybody in this room. Depending on who was speaking, you learn a lot, like I said, from observing people. So one of the things that you will learn is by watching the different tone of who's up here and what they focus on, you get a lot of that passion from either side. It doesn't matter what side you're on, because there's good and positive things and data to argue both sides. And we're never going to come to a conclusion by doing that. However, I would ask, and it's good to see that the board is complete tonight, I would ask that you make your decision tonight. That you haven't made your decision 2 weeks ago, or you haven't made your decision 4 weeks and a day ago, because I went to the meeting where we sat around with the 4 members that came to that. I thought that was very informative. It allowed for people to speak their mind. It allowed for people to ask some questions. And I felt like they went into the board meeting and made an informed decision. My stress that night was that school was starting in 4 weeks. We owe it to the families, you families sitting here, everyone in this community, to make a decision now so that families can make a decision that's best for them. That's what everyone in this room wants. 4 weeks ago, 6-1, parents' choice. 3 decisions. You get 3 choices, not 2 like last year, 3. That was a decision 4 weeks ago. So part of why I'm speaking tonight is I'm personally very disappointed that we are even considering this 2 days before school starts. I will say this, I believe that the 4 individuals, along with Mr. Dorothy, who were at that meeting, truly believed that that was an important factor in their decision. To give families proper amount of time to make a decision. 2 days, less than 2 days now, is not. And I'm sorry to say it this way, but it's a slap in the face of anyone sitting here to make a decision outside of what was voted on 6-1 4 weeks ago. They don't have so, I said this 4 weeks ago at this meeting. 2 years ago, my family was in Southern California. And I'm thankful every day that I'm not in Southern California. But I don't like the way things are going with some of the decisions that were made over the last year and a half. I'm not the only one. I will say my piece. I don't like the way things are going. And I can only ask and leave it here. Those young men, these young ladies right here are what's important. They are what's important. They are what is going to make this school year start out the best it possibly can be, or we can hold them all back and punish them for having the most normal summer they could have possibly had, considering what they dealt with last year. Give them the best start and the most normal start that they can.
Sir, your time has expired.
I would ask just to make your decision tonight.
Adam Alford.
Thank you.
Let it go.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually,
Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
you've already spoken. I'm sorry. So each person can only speak once. That's the rule, okay? Yes.
Hi, I'm Lydia Heron. I'm in 8th grade. During last school year, I was sent to the hall many times for not wearing my mask. I became more insecure about my face from the acne that the mask caused. I had severe headaches and trouble breathing. My eyes ended up getting tired by the end of the day because I couldn't wear my glasses because they kept fogging up. It's my body, it's my choice. Many of the people in my school and in the high school, also the elementary school, and many of these people are speaking are adults, not kids. They don't know what we are going through, and I've been taught not to bully kids that wear masks. As I know, others have ended up dreading school for the reason I had to wear. I had to wear a mask and it was hard. I ended up dreading school. It is my choice and it is my body. Thank you very much.
And I know we have another speaker, so thank you for this, and I'm happy to share.
Hello, my name is Raquel Heck. I've never planned on speaking, but I believe that it's time that I share my experience. I'm in 8th grade attending Baldwin Junior High. Me and my family go to church every Sunday, and we have been since April. Only a few people wear masks, and we have been perfectly fine. Recently, me and Ireland have been attending church groups together for 6 months, and a couple months ago, Vacation Bible School, and it's all in Lawrence. Youth group, only a few individuals wear masks, and there's around 30 to 40 kids. At Vacation Bible School, we had 150 kids attend, and maybe 30 staff members. None of us had any symptoms after. Lawrence is a much bigger community than Baldwin. I trust that in the glory of God that He will protect me, and He has. Back in November, me and my family, a family of 7, out of 5 got COVID. Me and my brothers, except one, and my dad all had COVID. My mom was around me and my siblings every day, taking care of us, and not once did she have a symptom. My whole family was cured after a week. My dad, who had a high risk of dying of COVID because he has really high blood pressure, he was healed in the glory of God, and we trusted that he would.
Can you say your name, please?
My name is Arlen Kennedy, and I am
time to speak.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
We've also been to WEB, which is voluntary initiation for the 6th graders. 2 out of 30 of us wore masks on the first day, which is Friday. And today, none of us wore masks because we choose not to wear a mask. We don't need to be told to wear one. All of us weren't wearing them. We were perfectly fine. Nobody felt uncomfortable. And I know that all of us at the school, most of us, me and all of my friends here, would be very disappointed if we knew that tomorrow we have to wear a mask for WED, which is something that we do out of like our time, and that the rest of the year that we'll have to wear a mask. For those who are worried about kids being bullied, I would like to inform you that during our VBS, our group included 10 people that were preschoolers, and they, 2 of them wore masks with no problems over the entire the entire week. No problems occurred from the masks. In fact, more kids had trouble sharing the toy or eating the snack that we gave them than not including or playing with the kid that had a mask on. Thank you.
We have bathroom break at some point. At some point, we get a bathroom break.
Yeah.
With all that Dr. Pepper you're gonna need.
Now?
Oh, no, we'll wait till after you. Yeah, we can wait till after public comment.
All right, Marie Taylor. I've listened to this board say one thing and do another too many times. Last meeting, and with the acceptance of the metrics to return to mask enforcement and vaccinated versus non-vaccinated, that vote was insulting to your elected positions. Your reasoning and arguments for this 9-point system, or rather a fast track to enforcing a mask mandate, are missing a few things. Mainly, that 9-point system is missing evidence, science, common sense, and basic human decency. In considering and voting for this system, you presented no facts at all, so let me do that for you, and many have already done it tonight. COVID poses almost no risk to our children at all. 4.2 million children have tested positive for COVID. That's a total of 0.008% of them have died. So what about the flu? The CDC data states that 480 kids have died of the flu in the 2018-2019 season. That's more than have died from COVID in a year and a half. Did anyone on this board suggest at any point that year that kids wear masks? Did anyone in this room suggest that year the children should wear masks for the flu, which again is more dangerous to our kids than COVID? That is a fact. Now, do any of you know what sort of damage we cause our kids for forcing them to cover their faces, teaching them that the air is toxic and everyone around them is sick? Have you wondered about the health effects of forcing kids to breathe through sweat and spit and dirt-soaked rags every single day? What about learning to read when they can't see their teachers enunciating the sounds and the words they're being taught? What does it do to a child's developing immune system if he has to wear a mask all day, every day? Yet you are satisfied to place this burden on children anyway. Why? It's not to keep them safe. They are safe. It's not to keep the adults safe. They can get vaccinated if they want. You do it to make yourselves feel better and to protect yourselves politically. A child's mask is a symbolic security blanket for you, not them. So you even said yourself last meeting so that it would make you feel better and you could sleep at night. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. How dare you presume to know more about my child's health than I do and to make medical decisions for him? Just about everyone out there gives parents recommendations on all sorts of things, but when it comes to medical decisions, it's up to me, his parent, and a physician. But not a school nurse, not some elected officials trying to enforce health decisions on my child. These are not your children. They are our children, and they too are Americans with rights. They are our responsibility and our most beloved. They are not yours. You will not force my child to cover his face. That decision is not yours to make. I am his parent, not you.
You make a grave mistake if you think you have the right to take my parental rights away from me regardless of any set-up-to-fail point system that helps you sleep better at night. No, to that I say I will not comply. Thank you.
Ronnie Peacock, patron of Baldwin School District. I'll keep it short. I just want to remind the board and everyone in the audience that we elected you to educate our children. It's your responsibility to bring these test scores and these negative scores that we've been seeing this past year up. The common denominator that I see, I like to look at facts. Everyone's stating about the virus facts. The facts are what was different last year. Our kids weren't in school. They were masked. There was all kinds of distractions. The teachers were distracted, worried about the masks. My opinion, we need to eliminate the forced mandate so the teachers can get back to their real job, and you guys can vote on what really needs to be done, and that's educating the kids. It's not making health mandates. Amen.
Hi, y'all. I was sitting at home watching this on YouTube and decided it was time to visit. My name is Leanne Bathke. I've lived here since 1997. My husband has coached your kids on soccer fields. We've coached your kids on t-ball fields. We have seen this community change, but I never in my wildest dreams thought it would change when we stopped caring about each other. And that's what I'm seeing here tonight. You guys really, you're sitting there talking about my kid. They're not your kids, they're our kids. All right? And my kid has just as much right to wear a mask in school and be safe as yours does. He does. And you know why he wears one? Because he cares about the other people in this community and he doesn't want to spread it. It's not, I just can't believe, I mean, I sit there at home and my husband listens to me and I cannot believe I'm listening to cheerleaders for COVID. All of us together should be building a wall around these kids to protect them. A wall of safety, of vaccines, of masks, of the whole Swiss cheese mitigation movement. Yes, we should. And you can stand there and complain and say that I'm not saying the truth. And that's fine. You're wrong. But that's fine. But I want you to know, kids are vulnerable. Your kids are vulnerable. My kids are vulnerable. And your kids are vulnerable to what they give my kid, which he then takes to an immunocompromised member of my family. The other thing I heard tonight was teachers need to focus on teaching and not worry about the masks. The teachers were worried about catching COVID. I can't blame them for that. Our teachers and our school board have done a yeoman's job to get us through this. And we're not through it. But I'll be real interested to see how many of these people out here are signed up to run for school board. Because I didn't see a lot of your names out there when the list came out. So, yeah, I have waited. It ended in August. Just thought I'd help you. Anyway, to the school board. We have had many discussions because I got no problem coming up and talking to you guys, as you know. I appreciate everything you've done. I haven't always agreed, but I have never, as a grown woman who's a little bit dramatic, come up here and thrown the kind of temper tantrum that I've been watching on YouTube tonight. Seriously, people, grow up. We're in a pandemic.
That's enough. No.
Well, I'm glad that you're not in a pandemic.
Point of order. Can you please pause time? So we're not gonna have any, listen, we cannot have swearing. I do not have fragile ears personally, but we are in a public meeting. We need to have elevated discourse.
There are ejaculating penises on her mask.
Yeah, but you can't see it, I determined. But I'm glad you're close enough to pay attention.
I did not notice that.
Just point of order if you want.
Okay. Okay.
Let's stick to the topic.
Let's,
Whatever you were talking about, Kelly.
I'm glad you paid attention.
okay. Yeah, I did notice that. That's an, no, come on, Leanne.
That's wrong.
That's enough.
That's okay, I'm not worried about it. That's wrong.
Okay. Hold on, guys.
So here's my.
Just a minute. I'll start your time in a minute.
No, you don't have to restart in 5.
No, it'll start where it left off, okay? Okay. So after you speak, we're gonna take a 3-minute recess, okay? That way, everyone can just drink Dr. Pepper, calm down, use the bathroom, all right? Because I know, and it's also, I mean, it's 8:45 and the business has not started yet. So we'll take a recess after Leanne speaks. If someone else wants to speak, understand, all right? But we're gonna take a 3-minute recess after you finish, okay? So let's not have it be back and forth. Public comment time is public comment, you address the board, okay? The rule is, this is the opportunity, each person comes up to address the board. So it's not a debate between you all, okay? Everybody's doing that on Facebook anyways, right? So let's keep it as the rules of what we're trying to do. Go ahead and continue time, that way you can finish your thoughts.
To the board and the staff and the teachers of the school district. I want you to know that there are parents out here who appreciate it. I want you to know that there are parents out here who understand, A, how public service works, and B, the hard, sometimes disgustingly hard job that you all have had to do. You didn't sign up to be on the school board during the 100-year pandemic. You just did not. So I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the teachers that show up every day, even though they're yelled at, even though they're yelled at on Facebook, because that seems to be the way we have our discussions these days. And yet they still show up to teach your kids, our kids, my kid. Maybe we need to give a little grace, and maybe we need to take a look at ways to protect all the kids. We have a kid in the district somewhere who has a latex allergy. We're not allowed balloons. We have kids in the district who have peanut allergies. They have to sit at a special table. We all protect them. That's what masks do. They protect us all.
That's enough.
Who's booing?
to speak. After we conclude public comment, we're going to amend the agenda, removing a couple of items so that we can get through that. Sir, if you want to go ahead and come forward. Thank you.
Talk loud.
Justin Courtney.
You gotta talk louder. Talk louder.
No, yeah, no. So it's pretty simple, okay? We've had a number of people come up with a bunch of notebooks and a bunch of facts on each side. The simple thing is, I'm not gonna be lectured about what just happened, okay? I'm not gonna be forced by this group, or any group to make a decision that I don't feel is right for my kids, my family, or myself, okay? The simple part is if you watch and pay attention, there's been a group of people that's come up from one side that's been decent, brought facts, that has shared from the heart, and has not said one thing about forcing another group to do anything. There's only been one group that's been for both sides. That's a pretty easy decision on your guys' part. One group has been for both sides. If you want to wear a mask, by all means, wear it. Nobody over here is saying there's not a virus. We get there's a virus. We understand it has killed people. We get that. We're freaking Americans. If you want to wear a mask, wear the thing. I'm not gonna raise kids to make fun of people that are in masks. But if you want to wear it, wear it. There's only one group saying you don't have a choice. Wear a mask. You have to mandate masks for everybody. There's another group that is saying we're for everybody. If you want to wear it, wear it. If you don't. Simple. That leaves one choice for you guys. It's been said before, you weren't elected to determine if my kid needs to wear a mask or get vaccinated, any of that. I haven't been paying attention. My kids have grown and graduated out of this town, out of this school district. I got grandkids getting ready to grow up here. To be honest with you, there isn't a single person up here that's gonna determine whether my grandkids wear masks in this school or not. If my grandkids' parents and us as grandparents decide they're not going to wear masks, they're going to walk through the freaking front doors without a mask on. Period in the school. Nobody's going to. It's simple. It's not. Golly, it's so simple. We've said wear them if you want. We're not saying it's a bad thing. We're saying let me have my own choice. The comment, they're not your kids, they're our kids. Bullshit. My kids, I feed them, I bathe them, I raise them. There is no way I would let some people in this room have any say-so in my kid's life. Any. If you wear a mask, wear it. We're good. We're good. Like I said, pretty simple. One side has said, hey, everybody can make their own choice. We're not saying they can't make their own choice. We're saying they can. We're also saying, hey, you can't sit here and say, hey, we're going to allow you guys to make the choice you want, but we're going to tell you what choice you're going to make. That's exactly what you're doing. We're just not going to do it. Okay? You got enough people here, enough people that didn't show up. You can vote to mask mandate. You can. You have that choice. You will not like the outcome, because one question I'm going to ask you, one question I want answered is, what are the consequences of my kid or my grandkid showing up, or any kid, without a mask? Are you going to grab them, force them out? Are you going to call the cops? Are you going to suspend them? Good luck. That's all I say. Good luck. Remember, one side is for everybody making their own choices. One side is not. One side has to come up here with a mask on that was highly inappropriate and try to lecture me and my family on decency. They're freaking insane. 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 This is insanity that we got to be up here begging
begging for you guys, for us to let us decide what's best for our kids. That's insane. I lived in America. Period in the story. I served my country. I didn't serve for this. I didn't. Not saying you guys are sitting up here and it's an easy job. There's all kinds of stuff going into this. I get it. But never in my wildest dreams did I ever envision that I would have to stand up here, or anybody, any American would have to stand up here and say, please let me make my choices for my own kids. Please. It's insane. I'm not begging. Other people can beg. I'm not begging. I'm telling you what I'm doing.
Sir, your time has expired. Thank
Simple.
There are people at home watching saying that it's still showing that it's on break. So they didn't see the last.
Redo it.
It's delayed. It's fine.
Oh, so it might pop up.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Got one, Tori. I think. Tori.
Tori.
Hi, my name is Tori Yardley, and I am running for school board. Here we are again, discussing masks. Oh, can I also say how nice it is to actually see Phil's face? In all of his splendor.
Sorry that you have to see it.
I just wanted to get up and say a couple things. I love sports. What does it have to do with school board? Well, here we go. Have you ever been to a baseball game, a soccer game, or whatnot, and your ref, umpire, whatever, makes a call, and then after some opposition or likewise changes their mind and changes the call? I feel like that is kind of what we're getting from the school board. So what has happened to get us to this point to be discussing this yet again? There has already been a decision made. I'm asking you to stick with it, to not call for a revote. The reason we are all here, and look at this turnout, is because last week it was mentioned that several board members would go back on their vote if there were to be another vote. I'm asking you not to, especially the night before school starts. I have two kids enrolled in this district, and it would be a feat to try and convince them to wear a mask tomorrow for many reasons that I'm not going to go in, but all I'm doing is asking you to either not call for a vote tonight or to keep your vote what it's been all through summer and going into this year. Back to education is where we need to be. There's supposed to be a dance on Friday, and aren't these girls just so fun? Who wouldn't want to go to a dance with these guys, right? Can you imagine what it's going to do for our kids to be able to go back to school, see their friends, have the activities that they normally have, and the benefits are going to be insurmountable, okay? And again, I ask that you keep your vote, which is what all of you have already voted on and decided, and that you don't change that for the sake of all of our educators and parents who are wondering, Or are they going to change their mind now, just like the ref that nobody likes at the game, who only has to change their mind once, and then nobody trusts the call that they're going to make? For this community, please keep your vote. I'll say it again. If somebody's going to make a motion, and I know how this works, if somebody makes a motion to vote again, I ask that you keep it the same, starting school like it's 2019, for tomorrow, not even this upcoming school year. It's tomorrow for those of us that have younger kids. So that's all I had. Thanks.
Should we get a little hand sanitizer for this mic? My name's Amy Adamson. I've lived here for 19 years. I've met several of you many times. I have 2 children. The oldest is graduated from Baldwin, and the youngest is going to be a junior. I'm going to start with the definition of truth. Webster's dictionary defines truth as the body of real things, events, and facts. Actuality, the state of being the case. Fact, a transcendent, fundamental, or spiritual reality, an idea that is true, a statement of being in accord with fact or reality. From an article titled "The Purpose of Education," I quote, "Education must also train one for quick, resolute, and effective thinking. To think incisively and to think for oneself is very difficult. We're prone to let our mental life become invaded by legions of half-truths, prejudices, and propaganda. At this point, I often wonder whether or not education is fulfilling its purpose. A great majority of the so-called educated people do not think logically and scientifically. Even the press, the classroom, the platform, and the pulpit in many instances do not give an objective and unbiased truth. To save man from the mores of propaganda, in my opinion, is one of the chief aims of education. Education must enable one to sift and weigh evidence, to discern the true from the false, the real from the unreal, facts from the fiction." End quote. Do you know who wrote these words? Martin Luther King Jr. in 1947, 74 years ago. It could have been written today. We as a community, as parents, as educators, should set the example of how to sift through evidence to discern facts from fiction. The negative discord taking place in our country is purposely perpetuating the divide for an agenda of which an appalling number of citizens are oblivious. If we don't stop it, the result is divided we fall. We as Americans are supposed to be on the side of freedom. As Americans, we are supposed to be about accountability, justice, truth, individual liberty, bravery, and independence. Our independence and freedoms are what allow us to make choices, and it's with accountability that we accept the consequences of the choices we make. Taking away the freedom of choice, freedom to choose for oneself, or in this case, my freedom to choose for my child, is a very slippery slope. As Americans, we've been singing the Star-Spangled Banner as our national anthem since 1931. The lyrics, "Land of the free and home of the brave," resonate with us. It asserts that it takes brave people to establish a democracy where the citizens are free from tyranny. To overthrow the shackles of oppressive governments and systems takes effort. Throughout the existence of our nation, we are the home of the brave because Americans display courage, as shown by the history of our pioneers who settled vast open lands. If we allow the narrative of division to dictate the decisions made in our communities and schools, we will no longer be the land of the free and the home of the brave. The America we have known, the America so many have fought and died to protect, will also die If we don't stand up and say no to those who are dividing us, determine where we agree, and work toward common ground in areas where we disagree by extracting the facts, we will fall. Instead of being the land of the free and the home of the brave, we will be the land of the fearful and the home of the cowards. You cannot make illogical logical. The decisions being made for our children cannot be based on opinions or feelings. Read the information you've been provided. Watch the testimonies of the practicing physicians who are treating patients with COVID-19. Consider all the sources and question everything. I implore you to seek the truth.
Who would like to speak next? I think you are next, and then we'll go back over here. Yes, ma'am.
What do you need from me? My name? I'm
Yes,
Toby
please.
Evil. I've lived here in Baldwin for 24 years, and I want to speak to the board, of course, but I just want to say that I love all of you guys. Some of you over there in that group, you kind of were silent here a little bit. I wish we weren't. I want to bring a message of unity. Some of you are my neighbors, my friends. I've known for years. I've played volleyball. I've played softball with you guys. I love all of you guys. I come speaking from a message of loss. I lost my wife 15 years ago, so I know what that's like. I pray none of you ever have to experience that. Having said that, and I'm thankful my kids are graduated and been through Baldwin and gone, and I didn't have to live through COVID with them in school. I know that's tough, very tough. So my message to you all, as board members that have a tough decision to make, in my opinion, the decision is easy. You have a job to do. Your job is to protect children and staff and teachers that work in this district. That's your primary job. And I don't know, I doubt any of you are afraid of losing this job right now. I bet it's not a wonderful job. So even if you are voted out, next opportunity, doesn't matter. Your job is to protect our children. If you take a look at recent events in Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, a 16-year-old died today from COVID who went to school and caught it. We cannot have that happen here. If we do, it will be on your shoulders. I know you don't want that. And not in any criminal or legal way. If you make that decision, you will feel it inside. Not in a legal or criminal way. I just said that. But you will feel responsible. We cannot have that happen here. We're lucky we don't live in a densely populated area. Thank goodness. It's not likely to get to that point. It's still your job to cast a vote to protect our children. That decision is easy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think the woman was waiting next. Go ahead.
I know, I'm sorry. I've had a few breaths. My name is Jessica Brunker. I have 3 kiddos. I'm in 3 buildings. And first of all, I want to say thank you. My kiddos are in 4-H, parliamentary procedure is something that we stress. To all of those in the audience, whichever side you may be, we need to remember we are here for the kids. The words we use, the actions we take, we are here for them. I love and respect so many people that have had a lot of input, whether it's the protocol or the way things are being handled with the mask or without. And I have a husband who has sat on a fair board in Johnson County who has had to deal with the decisions that this board is having to deal with. They're not light, they're not easy. They do what they can do with the information they are given at the time. They also have to think about the kids. What kind of impact will it have if they allow or do not allow an event to happen? For me, in April 7th of 2017, I had a chaplain stand in front of me at Children's Mercy. And he said, "Ma'am, your son may not leave here today." I have a 6-year-old little boy that will be attending the primary center this year. And I thank God every single day for that child. I stayed at home. When we got home, my family can all attest, I was the sanitizer Nazi. I was, here's your rags, wipe off before you come into my home. Because I was scared I was going to lose my baby. I get it. I 100% get it. But in these last 4 years, if that child has taught me one thing, and one thing only, that is I am not guaranteed tomorrow. It may not come. And we have to make sure we are allowing our kids to experience every single day as it may be their last. And we need to do it in the safest way we as parents feel is right. That's not my choice to make for you. And the other thing is we need to teach them to be loving to one another. That is not their job. They do not have to teach our children that. That is not in curriculum they are given, and it should not be expected from anyone that they teach our children how to be good citizens. That's on us at home. As far as the decision goes, I know that come tonight, I'm not gonna really say be a responsible parent, because I mean, that was probably an hour ago to have them in bed, but I wanted them to see this in person. I wanted them to understand how many people are passionate from both sides in person, how many people are here that care about them in person. So we're gonna go home, we're gonna finish watching it, we're gonna let it play out, and then we as parents will make that decision. We're not gonna yell, we're not gonna throw a fit, we're not gonna be standing at the doors of a school fighting and yelling as we walk in. We are gonna be respectful. We're gonna understand that these people have a job to do. We're gonna understand that people have taken hours out of vacation time to do their job, to help do what they think is best. It may not be what I think is best, it may not be what you think is best. They're doing their best, and for that we should all be grateful for. And if you don't like it, you get a vote, and you can change your vote the next time it comes up. But to yell and scream will do absolutely nothing but teach our kids that it's okay to divide and not have anyone else in our lives of the opposite opinion. That's it.
Would anybody else like to speak?
Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, I'm Kathy Lynn. Wasn't going to speak tonight. I'm a mother of 18, 6 of them go to Baldwin schools. Well, hopefully. We want very much for our kids to be in school. I know there's lots of opinions differing, and that's fine. And I totally agree with parents' choice on many things. But as I understand it, as every medical, my own personal doctor, medical doctors in hospitals locally, all say children should be in masks. They have not been vaccinated, they cannot be vaccinated, and I believe in our city, only 30% of the children that can be vaccinated are vaccinated, which is not going to protect us all. The reason for having masks for all of our children is to protect all of our children. My mask is going to help you, your mask is going to help me. That is the truth that we have been told. That is facts that support us. There is facts that masks protect each other. And whether we want to believe it or not, you don't have to, but that is the truth. And if we're gonna err, which we're probably gonna err one way or the other, but I'd rather err on the side that protects my grandchildren and all of your children. I love them, and I want them back in school this year. Last year, a lot of them did virtual homeschooling, very safe, and some went to school. And guess what? They were all very hard. The kids in schools had some issues. The kids at home had a lot of issues. But for the sake of all of them, and according to Children's Mercy, even though, yes, it is true, SRV, or RSV, thank you, was higher, it is also true that there was COVID. And the idea, as I understand it, is to keep the cases down so that our hospitals are not overwhelmed. As they are right now in Mississippi, where I'm from, where I have family members whose entire family, young family, were in the hospital. Thankfully, they got released only to have the children return to an emergency room. And now one of them is going to have probably a heart condition for the rest of their life. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm just telling you, this is not a game. It's not just a personal decision. This is for all of us to take care of each other. And
So my name is Mark Shope. We've got 5 kids. Our oldest graduated last year. I've got 3 in Baldwin schools, and our little one is in a Baldwin daycare. I know a lot of people who have kids that have been sick with RSV. Our daughter had RSV. She's had RSV. It's serious. All right. All of us who are on this side of the aisle, that's way different than you guys. We actually care about you guys a lot more than you think we do. That's why we want your kids to come to school. If they want to wear a mask, wear a mask. I will. I have a lot of these girls at my farm all the time, and boys. They're always there, so I know what all these kids say and what's going on. And I teach all of them about bullying because I am against bullying. I don't like bullies, and I will beat her tail if I hear word that she bullies anybody, your kids, it don't matter. So I think it starts at the house. It starts at how we raise our own kids. I think that if you want your kids at my house, I want to treat them the same as mine. You know, and we still believe in the Bell system because it worked for me. I'm a baby of 13. I grew up on a dairy farm in North Carolina. We got our ass whooped if we did something wrong. That's just the way life was. Kids these days are a little bit different. I'm a lot different to my baby girl than I am my oldest boy. But it's okay. It's my decision. But none of us will be mean to anybody. Anybody's kids. We're very well respected, very well mannered family, and I raise my kids to be the same way. It's hard to come and talk behind the big fella because that's kind of where I was going. You know, a lot of these people they say exactly what's on my heart and my wife, but I just want to get up here and make it known that we believe in your own choice. And it's our choice to put a mask on our kids. It's our choice to give our kids a vaccine, the same as it's my choice to have a mask or vaccine. I have to wear a mask for work. I've delivered food for 16 years. I own a very successful landscaping business. I farm 114 acres. I have 3 jobs. I'm out in the public 9 days a week. You know, I respect everybody. I still pull over and help people on the side of the road. That's what we do. You know, and not one time am I worried about catching COVID because I'm just not worried about it. If it's my time to go, then I know where I'm going. You know, so my belief is my belief. Your belief is your belief. And, you know, I'm not mad at you for it. You know, don't be mad at me for my decisions to not mask my kids. It's kind of all I got to say.
My name is Carrie Barth, and I have 2 daughters. And I haven't really really spoken their names, but their names are Charlize Barth and Cheney Barth. They're a junior and a senior this year in the high school. And I've spoken at these meetings since last summer and then some. I've had personal calls with everybody. I've emailed these folks on the board tons of time, and I appreciate everybody's coming out now. But this is a sign that our school board had in the school, from a decision-making standpoint, I've been biting my tongue, but we've set the bar low. And it needs to be said, we need to raise the bar in our schools. You've got so much frustration here from everyone because of it. Education should have been on the forefront from the beginning, and it has not been. I called Kelly this week to share my story about my kids and what it's been like for us being at home this whole time. I wanted to be in person full time, and I've fought for my kids. I feel like I'm a failure with them, with you guys. Please, do not mask our children and let us make a choice. If things change and it gets worse, I want to choose to wear a mask at my choice then. If I feel like there's a risk for my family that's greater than what it has been. But I feel like we've held on tight, and I have this problem personally. I want to be right. I don't like being wrong. And it's hard to say I'm wrong. Like, let's give us a choice going forward. Last year, I felt like we were wrong the whole time, and we just held tight to the wrongness. Why? I don't like that at all. Indianapolis, right, just around Indianapolis, went to school for 2 weeks now, no mask on their children. They can choose to wear a mask. Let the children choose. If we have something that changes, it's still going to be the kids' choice. I don't like this policy. I'm holding my hands that was changed. Don't like it at all. Quarantining kids are healthy. I've been asking, this is the biggest point I made with Kelly when I talked to her. I've said this from the beginning because I've had calls with Mr. Brant Brittingham, the high school principal, over and over again. I've never got an answer I'm satisfied with at all. There is no continuation of education if a kid gets sent home with quarantines, especially if they're not sick. Why are we sending home kids that aren't sick? No, not everybody agrees about that, but you have a choice to bring your own kid home if you want to. That makes me so angry. I don't want my kids sent home if they don't need to be sent home. I want my kids to play sports. I want them to see their friends. I want them to get the education. I am worried that they're not getting the education they should have gotten this last year. I'm mad that I think they didn't get it either. 2 years ago, on Facebook, my kids got to go to school for the first day. They weren't even pictured in the yearbook this year. You know, between the two grades, there were 51 kids who did not get their pictures in the yearbook for whatever reason. 51 kids. How many other kids are going to move away from our school district because they're not happy and they don't have a choice? They're going to go somewhere where they can have a choice. It starts with the leadership in our school. I had a call from Mr. Dorothy even, saying I want the teachers to be able to teach. I love my kids' teachers. I think I've only had a problem really with one teacher pretty much this whole entire time. And I've lived here since my kids when they're 3 years old, they've been in our district. Actually, before that, they went to parents as teachers. We have the greatest teachers in our district. They need to be able to teach. And they need to be able to teach and not fear. And I have heard teachers who are yelling at kids or getting on to kids for not wearing masks properly. That's counterintuitive to just the education. They're now stressed that they're going to get their grades docked because they're not wearing their mask properly. There are alternatives to the vaccine even. If you listen all over the internet, there are actually medications. Merck has a medication I've read that's out there. I'm not a doctor. I don't know anything about this medication other than what I've been read online. Alternatives to keep us alive. Why are we not thinking about things that keep us alive versus worried about not living? I've lived this entire time. I've traveled, and we can be okay too. If you're not okay, then you change your path. When it comes to medications, I do think there are things out there as alternatives. You know, vitamin D, they say. Every person in this room should be talking to their doctor about, are you vitamin D deficient? Because that is the #1 thing. Do you have enough zinc in your body? Go get your labs drawn. Go figure out what you need to do to make yourself safe and healthy. And maybe even then that's not enough. But there are so many other things that can happen to us in this world that could go wrong. I worry about corruption and what's going on in the world too. The fact that there are medications out there, and one of those companies that I've read about, and I hope this isn't true because some of the corruption that goes on is just like, how does this even happen? Like Merck got over $300 million, I've read, from the government, the US government, for a drug when there already is a drug that exists that can help us. Now, I haven't had to take any of these drugs. I hope I don't have to, but some of them I've heard are even preventative measures. Okay.
Thank you.
Stand up, board members that are running. Tori Yardley and Steve Lyons are in this room. They are running for the board.
All right. Anybody else? Are we done? Okay. Can you hand the microphone over here now that everybody's finished? All right.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this tonight. All
Thank you.
members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been at this for what, 2.5 hours? But if we don't, then I think people feel like they're not heard. You know, we may not agree with everything, but what we can control is how we listen to each other, and that everybody who wanted to gets a chance. And we gotta keep doing that, because we've forgot how to trust each other, just as human beings, you know? All right, moving on. Okay, we need to make a couple of amendments to the agenda for the sake of time. I move that we strike the following. Under old business, it says PBL initiative, which is project-based learning. We're gonna go over that next month. That's a district-wide initiative for group projects. That's a very layman's term way of explaining that. But it is specific for academic enrichment, addressing academic loss, social emotional needs, because it's all about group learning. We want to spend a lot of time. I know a lot of people have been saying after several hours of public comment, what are we doing about education? That is one of the responsive things, so please come back next month and hear what we're doing about that, because we've spent a lot of time getting that ready for this year. All right, so we're going to strike that. We're going to strike under new business, or I move that we strike, the RHID program. That is a collaborative program with the city. It's a rural housing incentive development program. We'll talk about that next month, move that as well. And I know we have guests who have been patiently waiting from Wilden to speak. Can we move that up, and then do you think, or let's move that up after after financial report. So we'll have financial report, which isn't going to take very long, and classified base rates, and then we'll have my motion is that we go ahead and move at least the Wilden presentation. Are you guys okay with that? I know that's jumping around a little bit. Is there anybody else who came as a visitor to give special information that is waiting specifically? That's what I'm trying to bump to the top. Okay, so that's my motion. That was kind of a sloppy motion, but okay, thanks. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. So at this time, we'll have the financial report for the classified base rates discussion, and Cindy Frick will talk to us about that. I'll just hand you this mic, Cindy, and you can use that.
Thank you. Yeah, as we discussed a little bit last week, we just want to go ahead and increase the base rates for our classified folks. Now, this is the base rate when they're coming into the district. The individual rates are on the personnel report. There were 3 categories of folks that we increased. They were in the $10 range, and so we're bumping them up to $11.30. That's food and nutrition, non-certified aid, and the transportation dispatch position. Any questions on that? Okay, if we just could have a motion to approve that.
I motion we approve that.
Phil moved and Carrie seconded that we approve the classified base rates packaging as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. No one's opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Cindy. Carrie did. Got it? Okay. move on to the Ionizer discussion. Gentlemen, thank you for waiting so patiently. We appreciate that. How would you be most comfortable after waiting for 3 hours? So standing is cool?
We were tipped off, we didn't get here till 7:30.
Okay, well, that's good, that's good. So just to kind of frame this discussion, Mr. Dorothy, can you give a little bit of context for the presentation then that these gentlemen are going to give? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So, certainly, we've had information out about the ionizers that were installed in the district over time. During this time, Wilden did some studies on those ionizers, and based on the federal class action lawsuit that was filed against the company that provided these ionizers. So Wilden's crew here has come tonight to kind of talk about that research that they did, the testing they did, and inform the board as to what they found.
Well, we tested it, we gave you a report, and we're really here
That might be easier, thank you.
my name is Brett Ragsdale, I'm with Wilden Performance Engineering. We've got Aaron Sport and Chris Drake. Chris and I did the testing a couple months ago, or 6 weeks ago. So we provided you a report, and I think you also, a summary went out to your parents. So basically, we heard about this class action lawsuit against the company that makes these devices that we recommended that you install last year. We did the design of where those devices would go in your ductwork, and then we also did what's called the commissioning or the measurement and verification. So at the time that they were installed, we had a device that measured the ions that they create and made sure that they were to the specs of the company. So the purpose of these devices is to enhance the filtration in your heating and air conditioning systems and your ventilation systems. So they're used extensively in hospital settings and other places where you want to, improve indoor air quality. And one of the things that they claim is that the generation of these charged particles that only last for a couple of minutes, then they will grab onto dust particles or bacteria or virus particles, make them big enough that the filters will work, and then they'll get captured in the filters, or they'll be heavy enough that they fall and then they can get swept up or cleaned up. So part of the problem with viruses is in the wintertime, they can aerosolize. If you've got a really dry environment, then they're going to stay in the air, and then that's going to get more spread. And so that's the rationale. And Aaron was here, talking to the board before, and we have installed these in a couple of school districts, another school district here in Kansas, and also one in Colorado. When we heard about this lawsuit against the company, we took that very seriously, so we purchased some additional measuring devices so that we could ensure that they weren't creating a problem. So in our report, we measured the ion count to make sure that they're actually doing something. We measured for ozone, which is oxygen. Normal oxygen in the air is like 20% of the air that we breathe is oxygen. It's O2. Ozone is O3. And so that's a harmful thing that you don't want to have. This particular brand of these bipolar ionizers have a UL listing that says that they do not create ozone. When we measured here at Baldwin and also at Pratt with a device that's specific for measuring ozone, we measured none. And so we are confident that these devices are not creating an ozone issue in your schools. And we also heard in the lawsuit that there was an allegation that they also were increasing the amount of volatile organic chemicals, VOCs, in the air. And so we bought another device that would measure, I don't know, 4 or 5 different kinds of VOCs. And so we measured those. We just did this building in 6 locations. We only got a measurable thing in one particular kind of VOC, which is formaldehyde, and it was at a very low level, about 1/8 of the threshold that the OSHA would deem as a problem. And so we feel like there's not an issue. So maybe I should let Aaron talk. He's a little more technical than I am.
Well, so the crux of the lawsuit, the claims, were really twofold. One was the performance of ion generation. We've successfully installed these and measured ion generation without issue in several locations. And then it was that they create no harmful byproducts. This lawsuit was claiming that they did, and that's why we went and took some measurements to see if that was of an issue, and we found no issue with the creation of those byproducts. So, based on everything we've researched, we still stand behind our recommendation. We still behind it to other school districts, and would believe that continuing use of them would be beneficial too. And I would say the formaldehyde, I believe, was in a room with a fish tank aquarium. Is that right?
Up in the library.
You would expect. So we're really here to answer any questions we can.
Do board members have questions?
Were you here when there was a woman who did public comment and she had some questions? Were you here when she spoke?
Unfortunately, I was really far away, and I heard that she asked some questions, but we were way in the back.
I tried to write them down, but she talked really fast. Some that she asked were, did anyone write them down better than I might have? Did anyone write them down? I asked if anyone wrote them down clearly.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at that. Let's see, one thing she asked, and I just jotted stuff. She said something about did you know that the study is compared with a Boeing study?
GPS Boeing shoebox.
A shoebox study? See, you know better than I do.
I don't remember the question. You prompted it.
Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, how long?
And then, did you, there we go. Did you compare with other, she's talking about us, but compare with other studies? And
did you check in the humidity? Humidity was a question. Was it a humid day or a dry day when you did it?
And then how long did they run?
The day when you did it. So when we were here initially, they were enabled. They were on all last semester. So that's a steady state is going to get. They've been testing took about an hour. So maybe 5 to 10 minutes of room, that type of thing. Then we'll get a dryer the first day. On the second day, it was relatively humid as well, but it just passed.
So we have done a project in this school building, and we felt like it had the best heating and air system, and that's why we chose this. I mean, when we were here before, talking to the board about recommendations on how to mitigate the risk of COVID indoors, we talked about that you want to have as much ventilation as you can have practically, and you also want to have humidity in a certain range. You know, if it gets too dry, then it stays aerosolized, like we talked about. If it gets too moist, it can cause other issues, mold issues, and things like that. And if you try to bring in just as much outside air as you can and set it on to where all the air that's going through the vents is coming directly from outside, at particular times of year, you're going to have way too much humidity, and it's going to be uncomfortable. Is that a fair statement? So one of the reasons we picked this building to do our test was because we thought the humidity would be the most in control.
And then, what about monitoring? Is that something that is useful? I mean, is it possible, I guess, to monitor it for us?
I mean, anything's
How
possible.
would it
So,
work, I
yeah,
guess?
you're gonna have to, it's gonna be a lot of equipment. It's gonna be a lot of sensors. It's gonna probably have to go through the building automation system. But yeah, VOCs can be monitored, as can ozone. You don't have the devices now to do it. It would probably not be practical to go buy a bunch of the handheld devices that we have, the portable ones, several $1,000s a piece, to leave them in every room. It's gonna have to be an integrated system that links together with somewhere to record the data. Yeah, it's possible. It's gonna be a lot of cost. You know, I was talking earlier, I mean, to Mike, you know, are you monitoring carbon monoxide in every room? Probably not. So would that, I mean, that'd be kind of the same overkill. To go monitor that in every room, is it something that's cost effective and practical? I doubt it.
Okay, thanks.
Is Mike still here?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's disguised.
Sorry. Anything you'd like to add, Mike?
I mean, I don't think there's anything that I could add that I didn't have, beforehand. Except for one thing that I have been thinking about is if this does work, which I feel it does, on the virus part of it. We're not just talking about the COVID, we can also help alleviate colds, flu, and possibly other sickness for the kids. So, plus, you can also take out molds for, other harmful stuff. So, that's kind of what I've been thinking about. But I think I do recommend turning them on.
You recommend turning them on?
Yes, I do.
Mike's our new director of maintenance, so welcome. This is like the first presentation, just getting thrown right into the fire. Do we have other questions?
I have one more. And Mike, what's your thought on monitoring?
The monitoring?
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
pretty,
not to put you on the spot.
myself, I'm pretty confident that they're working as they should. We can monitor them. We'd have to, maybe go with Lodan's advice on how to monitor. If we could do it with a handheld, I would say great, but if it would take more sensors, would that be cost effective for us? So, like I said, the things that I've read, it's a very safe system, and it's an effective system. So, that's kind of where I'm standing.
And you've worked with the system before?
No, I haven't worked with the system. I've just
Not
done
the monitoring, but the ionizer?
No, we were looking into it down in Harper County. Pardon? Can you hear me now? We were looking into a system, whether we were looking into ultraviolet and the ionizers down in Harper County for our jail. And what I found and what I kind of recommended to the board down there was the ionizers were safer per se than the ultraviolet, because you didn't have the effects of the ultraviolet on the prisoners in the jail in case it would escape, out of the ducts or whatever. We wouldn't have, I felt a lot more confident with the ionization. So, I mean.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
What other public institutions have this same system around here?
So we installed it in Pratt. We installed it in Pratt USD. We did the same measurement study, and I believe they decided to keep operating them.
Yes.
I believe the city of Lawrence has put it in all their facilities. We've put it out in Pueblo, Colorado schools, which they have 20-something buildings. And then there's probably a very long list. Just type in ionizers in schools.
Are most of them deciding to turn it on?
What's that?
Are most of them deciding to turn it on, or is it split? Or?
We know Pratt did. I believe Pueblo is still off. That was their decision. We don't know about City of Lawrence. In fact, we need to check on that. It's one of the things he needs to do tomorrow. So, I mean, we've read the entire law. I've read the entire lawsuit, which is a lot of words. And it definitely, we have not seen anything pointing any evidence to what's in that lawsuit. So we still stand behind what we've recommended. And I will say that there are two countersuits and a strong statement from this company. This company is not the only company that makes bipolar ionization, by the way. There's many companies making it. They're the ones facing the lawsuit.
Any other discussion? Mr. Dorothy, do you have anything to add? It's okay if you don't. I just want to give everybody a chance. Okay. Does the board need more time to think on this? Ready to take action? Where's everybody at? Not take action?
I mean, for me at least, I would say that I'm not ready to turn it back on yet. I appreciate the input, but to me, I mean, I'm not ready to turn it back on. So.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I would like to look into getting a third study or a second study. I don't know. I guess second study, independent study, so to speak.
Independent third party.
Yeah.
Understand.
A third party.
No disrespect.
And then
I encourage you to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think it'll be good for. I mean, it'll be good for us to see that data as well.
That's right.
I look forward to it.
yeah, and if that's not feasible, I would say keep them off until we can do that, or if we can't do it, I would say keep it off. Just out of an abundance of caution, the phrase of the year.
Yes. Other thoughts? Everybody comfortable with that course of action?
Same.
Yeah? Okay. So, Mr. Dorothy, you'll look into that then, looking at an outside person to bring in. Okay.
Thank you for the information.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Who wants this?
Pass it back down.
Keep her the mic.
Thanks, guys. Actually, let's
Oh,
pass it.
you want it back?
Yeah. I don't mind yelling, but I feel like I'm blowing out Mr. Dorothy's eardrum.
You couldn't even hear me say that.
I can be loud enough, but it's just these two people who won't be able to hear afterwards. Okay, so I know we're doing a little skipping around here. So now we're going to come back to administrative reports. So curriculum review. What's up next?
Okay, I'm just gonna let yell. Okay,
Use
I'll
that
use that
one.
one.
Like I just need this one.
Okay, so last month we shared with you the curriculum maps for ELA, which is high school English language arts, and social studies. That is the ELA courses fit the new course sequence of English 9, 10, 11, and 12, and a couple of name changes to make sure we're compliant with AP rules. And then the other courses would be the AP English, English Lit, and then real world reading and writing, and lit concepts. So those would be the courses in ELA. The other one for social studies is a new course proposed for contemporary U.S. issues. And so this month we're just seeking approval of those courses.
I move that can I do it together, both of us? I move that we approve both the new curriculum, both courses.
Second.
Can you say that one more time?
I move that we approve the new curriculum, or curriculum changes. Courses.
So Carrie has moved that we approve the curriculum
course, it's as presented. Chris seconded that, is that right? Yes, okay. All those in favor of approving as presented, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. The second part under administrative reports, RAP MOU. So that is memorandum of understanding for the working to recognize possibilities. That's our social workers. So Mr. Gordon's going to visit with us about that and what that entails for what we need to do tonight on that.
Well, most certainly the RAP program is nothing new. It was in the district years ago, out in the district, working with kids and providing programs. Then it kind of got dropped for a while. And then a few years here ago, there was an election for a sales tax in Douglas County that passed. Part of that was to provide RAP workers in schools. And so our school district received 2 RAP workers. I believe Eudora got 2 RAP workers, and I believe Perry LaCombe got 1 out of that. Lawrence had already had RAP workers for quite a while. So that placed 2 RAP workers, one at the high school, one at the junior high. They are on call, 1 each for the elementary schools if needed. Basically, they provide mental health services for students and staff if need be at the school. And so they are asking us to sign an MOU on the agreement to continue the program in the district, and it continues to be paid for. It is not a school district budget item. It is a county budget item. Questions?
So my only question about it was if council looks it over, if Brad looks it over, or if he has.
That MOU was developed by the superintendents and Bert Nash to make sure it would fit the program that we wanted to have in our community. So their attorney, guess who?
Brad, okay.
Yeah, went through that before we made a finalized plan on what that MOU would look like.
I just had a question about and I don't want to say anything legal because I don't want there to be a conflict, but I just had a question about the indemnity portion of it. But maybe I'll call Brad.
Okay.
So it's one of the last paragraphs, I don't have it.
Okay.
So maybe, or do we want to sign it tonight?
Well, I think they're asking if we would sign it. Most certainly, my signature goes on there. I can't just do it by myself because a board member has to sign it, which means a board vote in order to do that.
I mean, I suppose if he wrote it.
So we have to have a motion to accept the memorandum of understanding as it's been presented before it can then be completed.
I mean, basically, my question was on, because he's not here, right? He left?
No, he left.
I was hoping he did. My question was just on the indemnity, I can't say that word, indemnity.
It's the third last paragraph.
Oh, thank you. It did not include negligence, and I just felt like maybe it should. But, I mean, if he wrote it, then he presumably knows why and what he's doing.
Yeah, Gary doesn't. Sorry, I can't answer that.
So, yeah. So, I'm okay with this. I just wanted to ask, and I didn't know that we were signing it, so that's okay, it's fine.
If you've got concerns, we can wait another month, and I can take it to Brad personally, and then.
I would rather sign it and get it in place than something that's fairly minor.
Okay.
any other discussion on this? If not, we'd accept a motion for approval.
I would move that we approve the RAP MOU as presented. Second.
Tony has moved and Chris seconded to approve the RAP MOU as presented. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Okay. Moving on to jumping. Okay, so now we are back to old business. We did Ionizer discussion. We've moved PBL initiative for next month. COVID-19 protocols district status check. So two things, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Dorothy. Can I borrow the microphone? That way I don't have to blow your eardrum out. Thank you. Two quick things. One, a review of where our policy is, which was previously mentioned, just so we know where we are. We've had two separate votes that resulted in the policy that we currently have. So in terms of where we are versus where anybody needs to go. Two, you know, this is a regularly scheduled meeting, just so that everybody knows. This is you vote on that like 6 months ahead of time, the meetings for the entirety. So no one's just calling a meeting for tonight. This meeting was always scheduled for tonight. That's why it's our regular district meeting. But I completely understand, and I think it added to many of the emotions that the timing was, the way the stars aligned was not ideal. So with that, we made it through that. Good job. We're going to keep going. Mr. Dorothy, we'll talk about our district status check first.
Okay. Most certainly, we worked on the COVID-19 protocols. A number of people in the district, along with board members' input. Board went through those all one night, read every single line. Then the board asked if Lisa would look at those, and Lisa went back through and put in the things that she felt should be in there. As far as the quarantining and ways that maybe we could keep kids in school on the quarantining. So anyway, we went through all that. Most certainly, we put metrics in there that had to do with measuring whether we would consider or not going to some sort of mass thing again. That was placed in there to measure. We've been watching those. The numbers are coming up. One of the numbers, which is the 0 to 17-year-olds, has gone over the number that we set. The other number that we have right now is below, which is the positive test for 66006. And of course, we don't have any attendance numbers, no hospitalizations that we're aware of within the district right now. Most certainly, what's in the plan is to try and start with optional masks. After Lisa and I discussed that again today, which we continue to do that, we still believe we should start with optional masks. Part of that is we finished last year. Most certainly we went through last year and had a successful year in the fact that we didn't have infections that occurred within the schools. Through the summer, we decided we would go with optional masks through the summer. Through that, we had one case at the very beginning, almost first day of school. After that, we did not have another case. Lisa and I believe that we try to start the year, at least try to start, with kids having a choice on whether they wear masks, well, moms and dads, helping them make a decision on whether they wear masks at school. And we still believe that's where we're at for masks. With that, we have to continue to monitor numbers, metrics. It will matter a lot of what happens once we get school started and going, because that's probably the biggest factor is what's actually happening to our kids in the schools. So that part of it. With that, most certainly, we've been informed, and many people know this, the county is considering a countywide mandate, mask mandate, for 2 to 12-year-old kids across the county, not just schools, but in public places across the county. That comes up this Wednesday, that vote and that consideration for that. So if that occurs, we'll have a mandate again, a mask mandate. I think the board will have to decide where we're going to be on that and whether we're going to comply with that. I think there's some concerns that have to do with insurance and coverage and whether we're following requirements and guidelines that are being given, or mandates given to us by medical community. Part of that is if we're not following those, if we don't follow those, then our insurance company will not cover us in a suit or for the defense or a settlement. So it would come directly out of school district funds if we got to that point. Now, the voluntary mask, I believe, still follows that because we are highly recommending that people wear masks indoors. Their choice, but we're highly recommending, which is what they've been doing. CDC, the county, they've been highly recommending. I've said this at board meeting before. They've been recommending, and that's what we're doing, is we're recommending that people should do that. But again, their choice. If they go to a mandate, we now have a different ballgame. And do we put ourselves out there in a position where, by not following the mandate, we're being left out on our own with insurance? If there was a lawsuit filed against the district for something that might happen because of that choice. So it's something for board members to consider. With that, Lisa's here. If you have questions for Lisa, I know Lisa is more into these details than I am. Most certainly we talk almost every single day, including weekends. Anyway, she most certainly has some details that I might not be able to provide.
I'll just chime in and say that Kelly is at least partially covering for me. This item is on the agenda as it is, in part because I bugged her about it. And I did so trying to be as transparent as possible. We weren't able to follow up. We took a vote a month ago based on the best information we had at the time. I think some of us have had second thoughts about that in light of more recent data. We were not able to meet earlier than last week because people weren't available. Phil, I respect your dissenting opinion. Yeah. Not always. Often your dissenting opinion on this so much that I didn't feel it was appropriate to act last week without your presence. I thought it was only appropriate, since we didn't talk about it last week. When we talked, we didn't take any action, to make sure that we address it again with everybody here at a regular meeting. I understand the choice argument. I am very worried about our young kids whose family don't have a choice to get them vaccinated yet. And that concerns me a lot. I do not think the timing is right to try to tell our parents that they got to send their kids to school in a mask tomorrow. I would like to see administration start working on a plan for masks at the level, the PC and the IC basically. And I would like to see us follow a county mandate if that happens. That's kind of where I stand right now.
Other discussion?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Well, the first question, Megan, maybe you can remind me of this because I didn't catch her name.
But the lady with the phallic-shaped stuff on her mask that coughed on me, what was her name? Leanne Baffey, okay. You know, there's been a lot of people talking from both sides about how much they care about people and how much they want to take care of people and how they're wearing masks to take care of the other person. To me, for me to point out that she has an inappropriate mask on and then be physically assaulted, and there are places in this country that what she did to me right there is attempted murder, right? People have been convicted of that as attempted murder, what she did for me, but out of the same side of that, you know, inappropriate mask is that my kids are her kids, and that she's in charge of my kids. And there is absolutely, it makes me want to vomit, it makes me want to throw up, and it makes me incredibly mad. You know, I mean, that to me right there sums up in, you know, that 20-second thing, the absolute fallacy of that entire argument. That she's going to stand there and tell me that she's wearing a mask to protect everybody. I didn't even say anything other than to point out that, hey, look, we're making this a point that, you know, somebody over here says bullshit. We shouldn't be saying bullshit. I've got ejaculating penises 6 inches from my face, and I point that out, and all of a sudden she's going to start coughing on me. And after she coughs on me, she says, I mean, everybody over here heard it. She said, they only tell me they think I might be contagious while she's coughing on me. Okay? So to me, that in and of itself negates that entire argument, because that is what you have. You've got somebody that said here that he says, I care about you guys. I want you to wear a mask if you feel safe wearing a mask. You know, I feel exactly the same way. You know, you have every right in the world to get a vaccine, to have your kids wear masks. There's the option if you're that worried about it, there's an option to stay home. All of that, there is every option out there that you can pursue. But for someone to tell me what I'm going to do with my kids or what's appropriate for my health absolutely goes against everything I could possibly stand for as a person, as a doctor, as an American. Now, I will tell you, I've worn a mask every day for 8 hours a day for the past 20 years. My face is 6 to 8 inches away from everybody's face, 20 to 30 people a day. I'm in 20 to 30 different people's mouths every day. To my elbows, blood, spit, irrigation, everything. Those masks do absolutely nothing to do anything to filter out any kind of virus. Can you smell your neighbor's perfume, their BO, anything through that mask? Absolutely you can. I smell it. And you can shake your head no all you want to, but I am doing it every day for 20 years that you can smell. The entire time you were up here talking, where was your mask? Below your nose. You had to continually touch your mask to lift it back up, to put it back up in there. Do you know how big a viral particle is, a viron? A viron is so small, it's not even affected by gravity. It's not affected by gravity. That thing doesn't see, oh, I've got a mask, I'm going to go over this way. It goes in, it goes through, it goes around. There is zero chance. You know why we don't wear masks for the flu? Because they've been studied super extensively. And they don't get worn for the flu because they don't work. If you go through, and there are maybe not very many people here that are medically trained to go through literature review, right? There may be some people here that are. For 4 years, every Wednesday morning, I sat in a room for 4 hours and did lit review and went through PubMed. I just recently happened to go through, and I said, you know what, to eliminate bias, I'm not going to look at anything from 2020 on. Let's look at from prior to COVID, pre-COVID, in the old world, what's out there. I could not find a single article that said anything that masks helped. The only thing, there was an equivocal study that was done in 2020 about the effectiveness of an N95 mask. This is still early 2020, kind of pre-COVID, so I went ahead and included it because it was the one that I could find that said there was some evidence. And it was equivocal, and it was with a perfectly fitted N95 mask that never moved. To talk about having an elementary school student wearing an N95 filtration mask, if you've ever worn one, they're hard to breathe through, and wearing that perfectly and never breaking a seal and preventing those from viral particles from getting in, it's ridiculous. There's no chance. I couldn't do that. If we really believed that this was a virus that was going to kill kids, and if our real job was, if our number one, I think that you're the one that said it, our number one primary job is the protection of kids, we should shut this place down. I wrote it down when you said it. You said your exact words for your primary job is protection of these kids. That's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said. Yeah, no. I mean, our time for public comment is over, number one. I wrote it down. I did.
It was Toby. It was Toby.
Toby?
It wasn't that.
Okay, sorry. The mask confused me. I apologize.
It was Toby.
Okay, I was told, I was convinced, but I was wrong. I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. I am not somebody who wants to be right. I'm somebody who wants to find what is right. There's a huge difference. I am completely, 100% willing to say that I could be wrong. I was wrong when I voted for masks last year. I made my kids wrestle in masks. I look back and think, how ridiculous is that? How ridiculous is it to put a kid in a singlet on another mat, face to face, covered in sweat, covered in everything, thinking that I've got a little cloth mask is going to protect him? I regret that. I was wrong. There's no chance that that's going to be the case. Okay, so I have no problem ever telling anybody that I'm wrong. I'm fallible. I am not perfect.
5 times I was wrong until someone else told you were wrong.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I was wrong. I apologize. I'm sorry. I was told. I thought it was you. I'm sorry. It wasn't you. I was told tonight that my primary job is protection of kids. It is not. If my primary job is protection of kids, and if it really is that I want to do everything possible to make sure nobody gets COVID, we should not have in-person school. 0. If that's my primary goal. Let's see. And I was told, and I don't know who said it, but I was told that was going to fall back on me when a kid dies. You know what? It's not. Okay? If my kid dies, I can't even imagine. There is nothing that I wouldn't do for one of my kids. I'd step in front of a bullet. I would take a sledgehammer blow to the head. I would do anything I could to save any one of my kids. If I thought for a second that wearing a mask made of cloth with a huge gap on either side that my grandma knitted was going to save my kid from getting a virus, I would tape that to their head and I would stitch it to their face. I mean, that thing would never come off. But I'm telling you, it doesn't do a thing. I will never, on this board, again, vote to put masks on anybody against the will of the parent. There is 0 science to back it up. At the beginning of this pandemic, I was as scared as everybody else. I stayed home. I didn't go out. My family didn't go anywhere. This is nice. We got a nice little piece of land. We got stuff to do. It really wasn't that big of a deal. We stayed there. When we came back into school, yeah, I voted for masks. I voted for wearing masks while playing basketball. I voted for masks while playing sports. I voted for hybrid. All of those things, because that was the best I could do at the time. There is 0 chance that I will ever vote for any of that again because it did nothing. Nothing have changed with that cost, and there's no way that you could convince me that anything changed. So I guess number one, I do appreciate having that name because I will be pressing charges on somebody that's coming up to me telling me they have COVID and coughing in my face.
She's an individual.
I know, that's fine. I know, but an individual oftentimes represents a group. And she said all of the exact same things that everybody else said. Now, I certainly don't want to cast aspersions and say that everybody feels like that or anybody else would want to cough in my face. I said oftentimes it does. It was absolutely true. There's nothing false about that. I am not casting dispersions. I said oftentimes it can. But I will be pressing charges and looking into doing that. And I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly that kind of mentality. Because here's somebody that I disagree, and she instantly wants, in her mind, to kill me. Because if what she was saying was true, for her to cough on me and to try to say that she has COVID and try to give me COVID, she is trying to kill me. Because I disagreed with her mask. I was not even saying anything about disagreeing with her opinion. I'm not wearing a mask. She wants to kill me. You're wearing a mask. I'll hug you. I'll do whatever you want. I'll shake your hand. I'll apologize to you. You have every right in the world to wear a mask. You have every right in the world to make your kids wear a mask. What you don't have the right to do is to tell me what I can do. And there is a virtual option. If you are that fearful for your family, for your kid, for your health, for anything, man, do the virtual option. That is absolutely an option.
So I have a couple things.
Yeah.
One,
Sorry, I know I ranted there. I kind of blacked out for a
You brought up
second.
science and research, and I do appreciate that because we have, I do appreciate you bringing up science and research because we've all been bombarded with a lot of science and a lot of articles, and sifting through all of that has been taken a lot of time, but it's really important that we do. One, I just want to ask something about, because this is something I've been wrestling with, and I imagine other board members have too, but, so you've been wearing a mask for 20 years, 6 hours a day, and it doesn't.
It's not to protect me, it's to keep a booger from falling out of my nose into a surgical wound. That is 100% the reason that the surgeon wears a mask.
And you would continue to do that?
That's always been the case.
So in your experience, masks then don't harm you either?
They're super annoying. I mean, if you want to stand in there and,
medically.
Who knows? I never tested myself. It's required. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So that was my one point. And then the other point is that literally we are charged with teaching our children about personal health.
Absolutely.
And community health.
I agree 100%.
There are state standards that tell us we have to teach our children about personal health. So it is our job to keep kids safe.
It's not our primary job.
It's
our primary job is education. I will disagree with you 100%. If our primary job was keep kids safe, then we should shut the school down and not have any kids here.
Keep them safe in the terms of educating them about personal health.
That wasn't the point that I was arguing. I agree with you there. Yeah.
Okay.
It's important that we teach our kids and keep our kids safe. I agree 100%. You know, I'm all for cameras in the school. I'm all for, metal detectors, the decreased entry. I'm all for keeping kids safe. I don't mean to at any point in time say I'm not for that.
I mean, there are Kansas state standards. Mm-hmm. One of them is literally titled community health. Another is titled personal.
Is our primary. I was arguing with it as our primary goal. Like
I mean,
as the primary being number one.
Like math is a state standard and reading is a state standard.
I would agree with math is not our primary. I think our primary goal is education. Part of that education is keeping kids safe. Part of that education is teaching them math. Part of that education is teaching them all of that other stuff. But I don't think that our primary goal is just keep kids safe.
Oh, no.
And that's the only thing. That's the only thing I'm arguing. That's the only thing I'm arguing.
Yeah. Okay. With all due respect. So.
I have thick skin.
Other discussion? Well, you want to go ahead, Carrie?
Yeah. I want to address two things, which Andy kind of touched on it, but I just want to be clear. There's a lot of talk about us changing our vote and also making the vote the night before school starts. And I just want to make it clear that one reason that the vote is the night before, well, not vote, but that we're discussing it the night before school starts is because we decided that it would not be fair to have a discussion, and if we voted, it wouldn't be fair to do it without a full board. And Phil, I'm going to say that you would vote against me, because I think we're pretty clear.
That's the beauty of this, as I have, that's great. It doesn't change how I feel about you. You can change,
yeah, I mean, we're civil, we're not like some specific people is, but, and I said it up front, I said I would call for, this was last week, I would call for a vote, except I think that we should have a full board. And I did that out of respect for the side that wouldn't agree with me. And I thought that that was pretty respectful. And then I sit here and person after person after person says, it's not fair that you're doing it the night before. And it's like, gosh, what do you want? And, we would have had a mask mandate if that hadn't been said. I said it, Andy said it, Kelly said it. And, it makes me angry that people don't respect that. So the second thing is, why did we change from last month, 4 weeks ago? Well, a lot has changed since 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago, we voted for voluntary masks. 4 weeks ago, I was all for, I was a little hesitant, but I did vote for voluntary.
The next day I got on an airplane. I flew to California. I went to Disneyland. I was a little iffy, but I did it. By the end of my trip, which was about 6 days, I was very scared. I wore a mask everywhere. I wore it all through the rest of my trip. I was personally changed. And everything changed for me after that week. And now my thoughts have changed, my feelings have changed. I've come here and my whole philosophy has changed. So a lot has changed for me with numbers, with attitudes. I've known 5 people who have died since that vote 4 weeks ago. 4 have been in Franklin County. 2 have been to her husband and wife in their 60s, I think, late 50s, 60s. 1 was around 45, late 40s, and 1 was in Las Vegas, 38 years old, healthy.
I would agree 100%. COVID's real. There's no question about that. And people die. But my only thing is that the mask does nothing. It does nothing. There's no science to back up the mask. I think it's something that people can feel like they're doing something. If you go back prior to 2019 and look at the studies, it's been, I went through, I picked up just my top ones, and man, they all are equivocal. There's no difference, and they're like these are not meta-analysis, these are not retrospective, these aren't looking at a whole bunch of studies put together. They're like prospective trials, right? Prospective, where they're taking this group is going to wear masks, this group is not, in the cities of Tokyo, in Beijing, places where people wear masks, and they go through and every study out there prior to COVID said, look, for a virus, a mask does nothing. A virus is so small, it does nothing. And that's, it's not because I don't believe in COVID. It's not because I don't care about people. Look, I'm a very logical person. I am 100% for doing things that are going to be effective. I want to do it. I care about my kids. I care about your kids. I care about all these kids. I can't even fathom. I lost my sister, 15 years ago. I can't even fathom the pain that causes a parent. I know how hard it is to have a sibling. This has nothing to do with COVID, but just a personal loss. I can't even fathom that. This is not about me denying that COVID is dangerous. This is not about me saying that it's fake, or that we shouldn't care about each other, or that we shouldn't do the things that we should do. What I'm saying is that there is zero science that supports masks that you can find prior to 2020.
Why does the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC recommend? I'm seriously just asking.
I agree. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is they're lying to you, and what the reasoning for that is, I don't know.
What's the motivation?
To me, it's when people, and it comes down to, usually to me, money or power. That's what when there is.
How are they gaining that in this situation?
I can tell you from being in the medical world that again, that I don't know any of this. This is pure conjecture on my part. This part is conjecture. The studies that show that masks don't work, that from 2009 to 2020, that I went through and looked at all the studies that I could find that said that this don't work. And I'm happy to share those if anybody wants to read them. I don't know the reasoning, and I don't want to guess, but I don't know. But there is no science that I can find that exists. If you just think about it, the cloth mask, the surgical mask. Take for example. So I too served my country, right? You remember going through the CS gas chamber and wearing your gas mask, right, to prevent those CS particles, the tear gas particles, orders of magnitude larger than a viron. Now imagine putting on goggles and going into a CS gas chamber with your mask on right now. Do you think that you would breathe that in and it would get into your lungs and make it hard for you to breathe? Yeah, there's no question. And those things are orders of magnitude by hundreds of times, millions of times larger than a viral particle. And those viral particles are so small, they're not even, CS gas is big enough that it's going to hit the ground within a few seconds. You know, I mean, it floats around for a while and it burns a little bit, but man, that's going right through that mask. And it's not going to stop it. And there's zero chance that mask is going to stop. I mean, if we're really worried, if our primary mission is to protect kids, and we're really worried about this, and this is a child killer, a once in 100-year pandemic, then we should all be walking around in full bodysuits, you know, with HEPA 4 filters, with zero outside air, plug it into the classroom to get in this pure air from the outside world so that we can get this. I mean, if you've ever watched a movie about a virus, what happens in the movie, right? I mean, you go watch the movie when this all kicked off, when we were stuck at home, we watched every virus movie that was outbreak movie I could find. Every single one of those movies, those guys are sitting in a room, you know, with a huge hood on, that's positive pressure, blowing air in, so even if they get a cut in their suit, it's blowing air out, so there's nothing getting in. They're not walking around in there with their knitted mask, you know, adjusting it like this while they're squirting viral particles together. I mean, there's just zero science that says masks work, except for what the CDC says. Now, from that on down, the doctors that work for corporations, for the most part, are told what they can say and what they can't say. That's part of the medical community. You know, the dental community is becoming that way, but that's part of it. So they are given a company line that they have to toe to be able to pick up their paycheck.
But see, way before this, I have epilepsy, I have brain tumors, I go to doctors where there's, very sick people, and ever since I can remember, when I go in, you pick up a mask, and it's just boom. So I've grown up.
It gives you something that you can feel like you're doing.
But,
there's no question.
I mean, this is way before, and even a regular doctor, usually, if you have...
Anybody who's undergoing chemotherapy, anybody who's undergoing, that has leukemia, or a severe autoimmune disease, those kinds of things. It's not just viruses. With this mask, if I flick a booger at Chris right now, is that mask going to stop it? Yeah, absolutely. That thing is full of bacteria, all that kind of stuff, right? That mask is going to keep that from getting there. My spittle, probably not going to get on it. But if I'm putting out a whole bunch of COVID, virons, and those are going into the air, that's not only going to go in through his mouth, it's going to go in through his mucous membranes of his eyes.
But that's not your lungs.
I know. So that's not how a virus works.
And penises tonight.
Viruses don't work by going into your lungs. Right? Viruses can manifest themselves as symptoms that are in your lungs. It's a respiratory virus, right? So it can enter through mucous membranes, which are the same things that are around your eyes. It doesn't have to go in through your lungs, right? So do you remember when they were saying that COVID was going to happen because you were flatulating, right? And so then there was this big worry. I mean, this is. I remember. Yeah. Why, okay, so why? No. Why are they checking the sewage? Somebody mentioned earlier today that they're checking sewage to see if COVID. That's because, and so there really was a period of time where they were worried. I don't think it ever came true, and I'm not saying that there is, but there was a period of time where it flatulence, and they were like, well, geez, is this going to be a way that it can transmit it? One of the ways that they're testing of dorms is they're checking the sewage effluent, right, to see if that's in there. That's not from their lung. That's true. I mean, that's how they're doing it. It's one of the ways that you can test for it being in the community is through sewage. That's not coming from their lungs, right? Viruses don't just get into your lungs and then work in your lungs. Viruses are so small, they're basically little fragments, to simplify a little bit, of DNA that will get into a cell, replicate, and then take over that cell a little bit to put out more virons to get out into the world. And so some viruses will attack different tissues, and so if they're attacking respiratory tissues, then consider maybe a respiratory virus.
All doctors know how viruses work.
I'm an oral surgeon, and I know how they work. So I would have to think that
I've gone to medical school, whatever. So I'm trying to speed this up. It's 10:30. So my kid's already asleep. He texted me about dinner a while ago, a long time ago. So if we're, there's so many varied opinions.
Absolutely.
A mask. I mean, if that's what it takes, if that's like a small idea, we're finally getting back to all the social things that people can do. And if a mask is the one thing, I mean, last week there was a lot of talk about layers of protection. And we've removed almost all of them, including a mask. If we can just have one layer, even if it's just so we feel better. You know,
Well, that's a terrible reason.
I'm talking about you. I'm talking about what you've said. So we've removed almost all layers.
Right, and I would agree 100%. If it makes you feel better, absolutely wear one. But for me to be forced to wear one, there should be a good reason. There should be something that says, hey, look, if you do this thing, and I can tell you that if there was good science out there that said wearing this mask works, I would be the first to say we should do it.
But there's a lot of research out there.
I agree, there's a lot of research. I mean, I got a list, and it might have even been from Leanne.
We have a president who's gonna, President stepping in.
Yeah, let's put this on pause, we need a restroom break. Okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna come back to it. It is 10:41, let's resume at 10:46. 5-minute restroom break or stretch break, and then Carrie and Phil can continue discussion. Okay.
So, but I'll stay my 6 feet away.
people find their seats as we pull the meeting back to order.
I gotta go.
It's okay, I won't officially call it back to order until
Okay.
we've had a chance to get everybody back.
I told Kim, I was like, I don't think I'll make it.
I see that they're flirting with that going on.
All right, we'll go ahead and get the meeting called back to order. We were in discussion, board discussion. I didn't mean to cut that off, but we need to choose the bathroom. That's okay.
Love you, Phil.
I want to give everyone a chance to weigh in if they want to anymore before procedurally point out where we're at and what needs to happen one way or the other so that we just next steps. Does anyone else have anything that they would like to share as part of discussion on this topic?
I'll jump in right there.
Okay.
I feel like there's not much new information that needs to be, I can't break this one. Oh, I shouldn't have said this. We're working?
Yeah.
All right, we're good. Anyway, I won't add any more statistics or anything to that conversation, just to kind of reiterate. I'm in favor of kind of following with Mr. Dorothy's recommendation to continue with our mask optional policy going forward here. The one thing that throws me off is the whole county level. If it were to come to fruition, as you mentioned earlier, how do we handle that as a board? Because obviously they have jurisdiction on public health matters, we have jurisdiction over educational matters, and I do take that to heart that somebody mentioned earlier about our job is education, so let's focus on that thing. And public health go to the other side there. So I bring all that up because I'm in favor of sticking with our policy as presented here, but I truly don't know how we should handle that if there is a county mandate, which would be as early as Wednesday. I mean, that's a complicated issue.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul. I feel like they've hung us out to dry a little bit because we are the ones in charge of saying whether we're going to do it or not. They don't, a mandate isn't a law, right? A mandate is like, it doesn't have the legal power of actually having been passed through something. But
So let me give a little bit of an answer to that. The mandate piece is really going to affect, not that it's the only thing that affect, try to listen to my spirit and not my words, where words fail. But the mandate piece, from an insurance standpoint, in terms of coverage, if you're going against, an insurance company is always going to side with like the least or the most cautious approach, right? So that's where we have to, and not that should drive decisions, in my opinion. It's one factor of many. It's not unimportant, but it isn't the only thing. But that's where mandate can complicate. But are they going to be here to take attendance? What does that actually look like? Are we sending someone home? I have logistical concerns about what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. Timmy, sorry, you don't get to learn math today. Because, come on. These are kids. So we've gone round and round it, nothing new in that. Does anybody else, I want to make sure everybody gets a chance before, Carrie, you want to say something?
So I was just going to talk about the county. The way that they put it and the way that I understand it is the county can mandate it. The school board has the decision and the county says they can mandate, but they can't enforce. That said, of course, I personally would want to go along with the county mandate if they mandate.
Understood. And, that's something that we're going to have to think about. What are we willing to do? As far as being hung out to dry, I don't believe I think there are people working really hard. I don't believe that's their intentions. A lot of people have been trying to figure a lot of stuff out. Do I feel super involved? Do I feel like our district, I know Mr. Dorothy has been at all those meetings and has worked hard to represent us, but it's Lawrence Douglas County Health. I don't think we've been a big
I don't
part
mean
of
hanging us
that.
out to dry, but I mean leaving the responsibility up to us, right?
Totally.
So if they say, we don't care what you think, you have to do it, nobody here's mad at us, right? They're mad at them. And so what they're doing is deferring any kind of rebound or backlash off of them. That's probably a good thing, but
Or they're preventing more kids from getting sick.
Well, no, I mean by giving us the power to do it. What they're doing is deferring any anger or backlash.
Yeah, that would be a bonus, in addition to getting less kids sick.
I'm not talking about whether that's mandated. What I'm just saying is that the fact that we are the ones in charge, that I'm saying it would be way easier on us,
Yeah,
right? If they said, we don't care what you guys think, you have to do this because it's a mandate.
Yeah,
When I'm saying hang us out to dry, I don't mean have anything to do with COVID. I mean about anything, because then the final decision rests with us. And so then, no matter what you think, who gets mad at?
Right.
It's not them.
At its core, you're addressing a frustration of mine since I got on this school. Paid bureaucrats at every level in this state love to push taxation authority, other responsibilities onto the volunteers at the local level. It is a established pattern.
I think that describes it, and I think also for last year, when we were being told, my only interest, I'll be honest, was what do we have to do to keep school, what do we have to do to keep the doors open in any kind of way last year? Whether if it's put a mask on, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, I'm still not a doctor, if I have to wear a funny hat on my head, whatever we can do to keep school the most open with the most activities, what can we do? And granted, I understand for people it wasn't enough for my own kids either, it stunk. But what can we do to not be shut down? I did not want COVID to shut us down, but I didn't want to be shut down by another entity. I believed that was the case last year. And, other districts within our county made other choices too, and that didn't happen. And so that was a little disorienting to me as you've told us to do this, we're trying to do it because we're just trying to do the right thing, and here we are. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Phil, but if that is at all touching upon what you mean by being left hanging out to dry.
As we were the ones that have to bear the brunt.
Relate to that. So, here's where we are. We currently have mask optional with the COVID protocols that were voted on at the last meeting in place. It is not a perfect document. I think it's ticked off everybody on sort of both sides. I know it hasn't gone far enough for those who want more protections, and the document is too restrictive for those who are, and I get that. At a certain point, we've got to go with something and not have the entire year be about masks so that it can be about education. So I would be of the mind to continue to support our plan, as maybe imperfect as some will still feel that it is. It's something that is stable that you can then make a choice off of, whether that's going virtually or whether that's, and I don't want that to happen, but if that means changing a district. I don't think we can flop around all year on people like a fish on the ban. We have to say this is what we're for. Even if people don't agree, then they know what they're working with and if that aligns with how they want to do. That's the thing I don't want to chase. And but if there's a motion to do something different, though understanding, yes, we had the option last week, but there were respectful colleague reasons why and transparency reasons why to do that. But we do have a policy in place. If there's a motion that needs to occur to change that policy, this would be the procedural time in the agenda to do that. And so I'll just open the floor for, I'm not really sure what else to do at this point. I think we've talked it to death, and I don't want to squelch anything by any means, but procedurally, I think this is where the rubber meets the road. And you've got to do what you've got to do and respect for that, so.
I don't think this requires a motion, but back to what I said earlier, Paul, I would like us to be ready to mobilize. I expect us to follow county mandates, especially those kids who are 12 and under. So I would like the A team to work on that preparedness. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so if the mandate would occur and our document numbers that we developed and voted on at the last meeting, so then we would not use those? Is that, because if so at a certain point, again, we have to, I'm not trying to be difficult, but procedurally, we have to have some kind of vote. If we are preemptively saying if there is a mandate, we will follow it, then I feel like that's a motion that will probably have to be made. Yes.
I feel,
Sorry, I'm just trying to organize us.
I feel like we have this line, but the board also reserves the right to react to other conditions in the district, as well as guidance from healthcare professionals in making such a decision. And I feel like the county mandate would fall into that.
Okay.
So I feel like that kind of supersedes the rubric.
Understood.
So
I
that's
agree.
how
I think
feel.
it falls into that category. I think your question maybe is, do we call a special meeting after Wednesday, or do we want to say something tonight? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, I think,
I would say just have a special meeting if that happens.
yeah. I mean,
I mean, if you have to do something rather than vote on, you know, I don't want to start voting on hypotheticals.
Right.
Agreed.
All right, so is there a motion to change what we currently have as of right now? Giving that opportunity, if not, we'll move forward.
What do you mean change what we have? Sorry.
So at the last meeting, we had 4 members who said, if I could do this differently, I would. So if that's what you want to do, because we are all here.
I wouldn't do that to our administrators and our teachers. I would not want to change something right now.
Okay.
Because that would essentially be on the first.
I'm just trying to honor the procedural request that was made to that effect.
We're saying we agree with Bill that we prefer a special meeting after such a mandate is issued.
Sweet, let's do this again. Okay. Okay, so I got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, guys. I appreciate you being patient.
Sorry, that's why I was confused.
I get you. All right, okay, so
I agree with you, Phil.
here's the, yay! Okay, guys, here's the other part of the, and we're at 11 o'clock, so, but I don't, again, we don't want this to be all about the mask. The other part of the district status check with the protocols thing is not just about masking, it's about all the things that we've been doing. If someone has to be in quarantine when they're ill and they have to be gone, what is our, because that printed out document of quarantine thing is not just about masks and washing hands. There's also a student support section. And we have heard from the public that we want to hear more about that, and that's fair. So we do have things that are happening at each building level, but what is the student support outreach for kids when they are home and ill and can't be in school? So we've heard a few of those things during the curriculum. Bye guys, thanks for coming. The curriculum director, Dr. Hare, spoke about some of this that was actually incorporated in the training. The second step, social emotional tool, that being, I just want to point that out, that being going from just a manual tool to a digital tool will be really, really helpful to our students at home because that's going to be things that they can access from there. Also, the addition of student success teachers, the creation or the emphasis district-wide on project-based learning. We need to spend more time talking about that stuff because that's where we have proactive approaches and reactionary approaches, combination of both. Where are we at in our district? What are we doing about it? Let's talk more about that, right? So we're going to have to do more of that next time, okay? But I at least wanted to mention that that is a big part of the protocols too. How are we supporting our students during that time? Being responsive to that. Anything else you would like to add? Okay. I know it's getting late. I'm just getting my second wind. Okay. All right. New business. We voted to strike for now or punt on the rural housing investment thing. We'll talk about that next month too. Policy JBCC. in our district policy handbook. That is about out-of-district busing. We need to clear up some language in our policy.
I move we move, you have to talk about it.
Go ahead.
I move we remove the sentence as recommended by Mr. Dorothy.
All right, Susan has moved that policy be amended as presented by Mr. Dorothy. Phil has seconded. All those in favor of amending that policy as presented, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Board member input section, the interlocal report.
Co-op report. I'll be super brief today.
Here, let's get you a microphone. And Chris, will you please remind, what is your role in sharing this and your roles? Yes, please share about, because this is a whole other section of subcommittee work related to board.
Okay.
Yeah, please explain that.
Yeah, so the East Central Kansas Cooperative Education is a cooperative that provides special education services to Wellsville, Eudora, and all the city. Susan and I have served on that board for, oh gosh, has it been 4 years?
4 years.
Yeah, yep. And so it's a 6-person board, which makes things a little bit interesting when it comes to voting, but usually we're pretty agreeable folks. But and we generally operate a budget of about $10 million to provide those special ed services like occupational therapy, physical therapy, and all special education services, speech, things like that. And music therapy is another one which we have in the district as well. So, and we meet once a month as well, every, is it the second Tuesday of the month, right? Yeah. So anyway, the office is located right here in Baldwin as well. So that's a little background on the co-op. But so every month we have this opportunity to kind of come back to you guys and tell you all some of the developments within that board, and given this kind of a unique structure where it serves multiple communities, and then in total there's probably about 200 staff members across all those 3 districts. So it's quite a bit to manage. The majority of our budget goes to staffing as well. So, and by majority I mean like 97% of the budget goes to staffing costs. So on that note for staffing, we did approve some raises. I'm not sure if I mentioned that previously. Raises for both teaching staff, certified staff, and classified staff to make a little bit more livable wage for the pairs that are serving our kids there. So that's all approved and gone through as well. And shockingly, in a year of a lot of retirements and very difficult to find positions, such as speech and language pathologists, we have all of our positions currently filled, certified positions anyway. Pair positions is a constantly evolving. Every day you ask Dan and Ray down there, it's a different story. So a lot of people coming and going. But so kudos to the administrators over there for finding really high qualified folks that come in and serve our kids with high needs there. As far as updates go, I think it was mainly just the positions are full, raises were approved. I think that's it.
Okay.
Am I missing anything? No? Okay.
Thanks, guys. Miscellaneous. Anyone have anything for miscellaneous? Okay. Superintendent's report. You're good. Understandable. Okay, so now we still have personnel stuff. I move we enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters regarding the exception for matters for employer-employee exceptions under the Kansas Open Meetings Act. And the open meeting will resume in, how long do we need? 10 minutes. So at 11:15, the open meeting will resume. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. I move that motion is to include Mr. Dorothy. You almost got out of that. Andy has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. We'll return to open session at 11:15. Thank you.
So,
You try one of these things, it'd really be.
it's only
It's citrus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Awesome.
know, it's like, when he was
Yeah.
I was like,
All right, we'll call this meeting back to order. We have a personnel report that we need to approve.
I move that we approve the personnel report.
Second.
Chris has moved and Phil has seconded that we approve the personnel report as presented. All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Okay, guys. Who wants to
I said enough to me.
close it?
I'm against it.
Totally against it.
I moved that we adjourn.
Second.
Okay, Carrie has moved, Chris has seconded that we adjourn the meeting. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0, meeting adjourned at 11:16 PM. Thanks, guys. Good luck to our students and staff for this first week of school. Keep being nice to each other. Thank you.